Coba dong, coba tes dong. Enggak, coba tonton di YouTube dong.
Nonton YouTube ya?
Iya.
YouTube oke ya?
Keluar enggak suaranya? Coba dong, coba tes dong. Kenapa enggak? Di sini. Iya. Untungnya kreatif. Tapi kita satu-satu ke sana. Bolunya. Tunggu lu, tapi aku dari laptop kok. Tapi ini lihatnya dari situ. Real tech. Dari show. Tapi dari ngapain berarti? Tapi kan case buildingnya.
Halo? Terima kasih. Tes ini untuk live di Zoom. Yang satu. Ya. Enggak.
Berarti mikrofon itu.
Dia lah mikrofon Nikola, coba lu. Mana gua dong solo ya?
Kurang mau ya? Tapi agak lembek ya. Dengar. Tapi karena itu sebesar
Kalau di situ,
itu jelas suara itu.
makanya dari situ.
Kalau suara itu sudah kabel ke mixer.
Iya. Aduh, tadinya. Coba.
Ngelek. Di kampusnya
Belum, ini baru pengecekan.
Belum
Di-share ke register ya.
sudah registrasi. Sudah registrasi.
Registrasi ya.
Iya, nah.
Tidak sampai dong. Coba. Di mana? Yang mana dong?
Mic in.
Mic in nak?
Mic in.
Mic in nak?
Mic in. Buka suara Zoom.
Ke Zoom kan? Coba terus suaranya. Itu masih di YouTube Adam. Ini baru di setel. Oke. Ini coba ada lagi. Coba lagi Kak. Coba.
Musiknya apa? Masih ada di. Ya maksudnya masih yang mungkin belum mana?
Ulang terus.
Kayak kan satu ada yang kita kasih. Bukan itu.
Bisa. Potong bisa.
Coba.
Nggak ada, belum ada.
Kita dong. Itu dong banyak tadi dong.
Digital audio ke general USB.
Hah?
Enggak itu.
Iko kan?
Enggak itu lu. Memang berarti itu yang kome itu yang tadi yang Kecil tadi yang pendek kabelnya itu saja.
Apa gedang?
Kabel yang kau ni pakai lain ni kan nak sampai macam mana?
Ah,
Itu yang audio cik. Ikut cik. Ikut untuk apa yang untuk speaker.
betul tak pencet loh.
Untuk ikut.
Headphone kok? Ada headphone kan? Yang mana gedang?
Mana?
Speaker headphone ni?
Speaker tu apa ni yang Cikogo. Speaker mikrofon. Kau lah full ni full.
Yang berubah ke? Digital.
Digital.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Welcome to our big event, final English debate competition, University of Pahlawan, Waduh Kamisan, on Wednesday, March 16, 2022, by theme Mastering English in Facing Industrial Revolution 4.0 for Indonesian Golden Generation. I'm Mira Yulia Rashid, and it's my friend Anissa Islami. It's awesome for us to be your master ceremony in our big event. The next agenda, rule of debate will be read by Nisa. Please, all participants will be read our rule of debate. Please, for Anissa. Okay, a rule of debate, the final warning is the time period for the speaker to present his argument is as follows. The first, second, and three speakers are given 4 minutes for that. In the first minute, the timekeeper will give a code in the form of tapping one time to indicate that the intervals can be done. At minute 3, the timekeeper will give a code in the form of tapping one time to indicate that intervals are no longer allowed. And at the 4 minutes, the timekeeper will give a code in the form of tapping 2 times to indicate that time for presenting argument has been completed. And then at the minute 4 past 20 seconds, the timekeeper will give a code in the form of nothing to notice until the speaker finishes delivering his argument to indicate that the speaker has extended the allowed time. Number 2, the closing speaker is giving 3 minutes provided. In the first minute, the timekeeper will call the speaker about the time has been used by 1 tap. At the 4 minutes, we'll give 1 time. In the fifth minute, the timekeepers will give a code in the form of tapping 2 times to indicate that the time for presenting argument has been completed. At the 3 minutes after 20 seconds, the timekeeper will give a code in the form of something continuously until the speaker finishes delivering his argument to indicate that the speaker has extended the allowed time. And then if the speaker still presents his argument while the allotted time has expired, then the argument will not be assessed by the jury. Okay, thank you. There are 3 great educators for debate. For the first, Dr. Mansuki, MED, graduate from University of UK. Please give a round of applause. The next, Dr. Masrul MPD, the head of English Department of University of Palawan, Kuala Lumpur. Please give a round of applause. And the last, Mr. Robi Kurniawan, SPD MA, graduate from University of South California, USA. Please give a round of applause. Okay, now we will start our debate. For the first session, Mandua Pekanbaru Team 2 versus SMA Dharma Yuda Team 1. The motion is the House believes that social media companies should aggressively censor disinformation, fake news, and hate speech. Please, board of school, come to stage. Okay, Mandua Pekanbaru Team 2 as Government Prime Minister versus SMA Dharma Yuda as Opposition Seat. Okay, let's start our debate. Please, Government Prime Minister, we will give you 5 minutes for your delivered argument. Thank you. Start from now.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm from the government team from Mandua Team 2. I'm acting as the Prime Minister from the government bench. And my purpose here right now is to first give an outline of what we're going to do in this debate and to give a definition about what we think are from the key points from this debate in particular. And so to give some arguments and also maybe some rebuttals from the deputy prime minister or maybe the government. Okay, so in this message, what we're going to talk about the motion that is this House believes that social media companies should aggressively censor disinformation, fake news, and hate speech. Now we have classified that there are 3 keywords that should be taken into account and to be defined in this motion. The first one is social media companies. The second is aggressively censor disinformation, and the third one is disinformation, fake news. That's disinformation, fake news, and hate speech. We're going to define it one by one. First, what is social media companies? What are social media companies? Social media companies are companies that mainly work in the online social media sector with applications that could connect to countless amounts of people all around the world. And aggressively censored, we define it here with completely shut down or give claims, timeouts, or outright banning the people that carry out or the account that carry out the fake news and hate speech. Now, the final keyword that what we would like to define here is that there is disinformation, fake news, and hate speech. For us, we define it here as an overly exaggerated situation that is made to target certain groups of people, mainly minorities, or even the public and society as a whole, which are used to invoke a sense of dread, anger, hatred, or even distrust towards the society as a whole. Now, what are the problems in here? Two problems that we would want to present in this way. The first one, will this affect the user and the user demographic as a whole, and will it affect them in a positive manner? The second one, is it justified principally and morally to carry out this campaign? And our answer is yes. Now, the listening to our answer actually correlates with the status quo that we're going to do right now. And the status quo within our time frame right now explains the animosity and outright exaggeration about certain information to target certain to target the public demographic or even certain minority groups. Now, the example for this are hoaxes and also fake news that are spread towards a lot of people online, and maybe even those that contain hate speech. For example, those people that give up fake information, fake news, and disinformation, saying that maybe all Muslims are bombers, all Mexicans are rapists, all Russians are communists. So those are the types of things that we would like to censor to give a better understanding and also to give a positive impact for our society as a whole right now. Now, these situations would then develop into a worse situation where these hoaxes are targeted to attack certain minority groups. And in the end, these minority groups will most likely join the party by doing their own hate speech towards their oppressors. So at the end of the day, if we didn't censor any hate speech or disinformation, that at the end of the day, both parties, both sides will give out hate speech to one another. Now, what are our goals in this debate? Now, we have one main goal that we would like to achieve in this debate, and that is to create a society with an intelligent mindset where they won't be an egoistical, self-entitled person, where they don't look down on anyone else. With that, I conclude my speech. Thank you.
Please, opposition team, time is yours. Let's start from now.
Representative team will show that companies should not aggressively censor disinformation and will prove that at the end of the day will give us the benefit as a whole. But before that, Assalamualaikum, Namo Buddhaya, and Salam Sejahtera, and a very good morning to our panel of judges, the precise, the timekeeper, and amazing opponent of side of the government, and do not forget the member of this beautiful house. So, first I'm going to start with the right. So, the government side of the team has failed to define the motion because they basically just read the motion that has been given and we just move on to the setup. So I'm going to redefine a motion that basically is a motion that implies that the company should aggressively censor this disinformation and fake news and hate speech for the sake of beneficial as a whole. So I'm going to move to our goals. Our goals is simple: is to prevent, cooperate, and overreach social medias of public and no one reach. Social media is a public domain and no one can control it. Move on to our status quo. There's a restriction, but it has never been proven to be strict enough to be effective to censor the disinformation and fake news and hate speech that has been already globalized the social media. So move on to our argument is that company has interest and the motive of every company is money. So then every information is that provided by the company is not always true because they can censor any information and censor their image and will cause harm in their cooperation with each other in each other. So move on to my mechanism. To our side of the government team suggests to not censor disinformation and fake news disinformation by banning few keyword as an alternative because it will prevent hate speech rather than outright. And then it is better for us to prevent than to cure. And also that if the government side of the team also say that it will be beneficial to all of the actors as a whole, but it's actually going to be there's going to be a possibility of abuse of power to censor anyone or anything inside the companies that they think is going to harm their own company. Thank you.
Please, Deputy Prime Minister, time is yours. Let's start from now.
First,
I'd like to get into more about those. The legal positions that become a there's only a filter for sensing this information. But this filter for sensing this information, fake news and hate speech, etc., it's not enough. We can still see many false information floating around the social media sites. By aggressively censoring this information, fake news and hate speech, the best case scenario is that this information, fake news or hate speech, will be almost completely obliterated from the social media sites. Worst case scenario, a few real info or news can also get filtered in, but in the end, they will still provide complete evidence and let the real news be afloat, and people will receive the real info that they wanted and need, not useless info or hoaxes clogging their homepage. And now we're getting to my argument. The first argument is that to keep by this motion that this was believed that social media companies should aggressively censor this information, fake news, and hate speech. The first argument is to keep the real information and real news up in their flow. The assumption is that many social media companies still have this information and fake news, hate speech floating all around their platform. The reasoning is that platform just basically news that involves anything bad in it, whether it be a murder case or a high-ranking official that any crimes will get more traction and views, thus making the news outlet skyrocket in popularity. Even though this information were false or fabricated, one day the small, normally known news or media outlets will be left in dust, or perhaps even being labeled as the fake news. Example is that, let's say that one time already, one of the famous social media companies. There was this one time when a user uploaded a picture of Justin Bieber eating burrito sandwiches, as if it was eating corn on a cob. That single picture spread in one of the Reddit subreddits, causing even news or media outlets to bite and grab on those, giving the news, spreading news and information to the public. They went viral for a while, and it was found that the picture was fabricated and it eventually died off. The second argument is that there are also many fake news, hate speech that targets the minority. The reasoning is that there are certain people who use this fake or fabricated information or hate speech to strike hate towards the minority. The first example, like the Muslims, are being treated as if they were terrorists or bombers. The Mexicans are being treated as if they were rapists. And African Americans are treated like gang members, drug dealers, this. Or people that are treated, or those who are treated like gang guys, etc. The third argument is that even if censoring was done aggressively, then yes, you must think that the information can get filtered and censored as well. But by doing this aggressively, it will give an almost perfect filter of fake news, disinformation, and hate speech. The best case scenario is that disinformation and fake news or hate speech will be almost completely obliterated. And the worst case scenario is that a few real info or news also get filtered in. But in the end, we could still provide the complete evidence again and let the real news be afloat. And that's all.
The rhetoric, first of all, the rhetoric of the government side is reminded me of a certain book that I actually finished reading yesterday. That is called 1984 by George Orwell. Now in that book, the protagonist is chief run by the government, and there is there's an institution called the Minister of Truth, and that institution's sole purpose is to censor and to determine what information is beneficial to the existing status quo and to existing power. Now, if we apply this to our motion today, we can see that the side of the government has failed to understand what our true goal is. The side of government has given numerous cases of misinformation and what is bad about it. Now we agree with these claims, and I think that our main goal is not to make this information more rampant. Our main goal is not that. Our main goal is to create a lesser amount of this information without taking away the very basic principle that we all possess in this room, and the principle is the principle of the freedom of expression and the freedom of speech. Now let's see, companies are owned by a set amount of people, and you must remember that the companies are formed for the sole purpose of profit. In a way, they are the true important of the neoliberals, right? And we can and we cannot know for sure what is their hidden interest in their action. Now, let's say Donald Trump's case, for example. Now, Twitter has recently suspended all activities from his Twitter account, flagging it as misinformation and a case of hate speech. Now, the truth of these claims and accusations are still up to debate. Now, but the truth gives us a concrete proof of the sheer power possessed by these companies. Look, if the president of the United States can be censored by Twitter, now what is the case for normal people like us? The president of the United States, Trump, has a executive power to exercise his right. Now, if we apply to us with no executive power, Twitter and the major owners of these accounts can just easily wipe our internet existence out of the social media. Our second argument is that corporations don't really care whether or not these speech are done in their platforms. What they care is their public image, which is why they even proposed this motion in the first place. And second is back to my first argument, profit. Now, if you think from the point of view of these corporations, hate speech and other forms of misinformation, if acted upon, will only bring even more publicity to their forms of social media, which in turn will give more opportunity for them to show their ads, and which, if you follow this chain of thought, will give them more profit. And if you think from the point of view of them, wouldn't these kind of profits be better for them, right? And if I expand on my first speaker's argument, if we propose a better and more alternative version of regarding misinformation, and that is by simply banning a few couple of words. For example, N-words or the pejorative term for Mexicans, and so on and so forth. With that, I conclude my speech. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. This lecture for Borough School. When 3 minutes left, you have time to UI. Thank you. Just one more. Okay, please, for government whip, time is yours.
I'm as the government whip. I will start the debate in 3 to 1. First of all, I want to say that we are completely agree that this House believes that freedom media companies should aggressively censor the information packets and hate speech. Before I go to my summary, I will rebut the point from the opposition side. They say about the freedom of expression. Yes, we agree that freedom of expression and freedom of speech is the very essence of humanity. But how will the opposition know that people want to exploit this freedom to attack certain minority groups? This is where they fail to assess that the human herd cannot be controlled by anyone, but at least the statement that they have done can be censored by these companies. Social media. If we talk about social media, there will always be good side and bad side. Social media will bring you to see the world widely, make friends with people all over the world, and many others. But social media also have a bad side. The social media can reach people in a big scale all over the world. It means the information in the social media will also spread and reach many people. Yet, if it's a good news, trusted news that can lead us to knowledge, it will be beneficial. But what if the news is fake or hate speech? So now, should social media companies aggressively censor misinformation, fake news, and hate speech? Will it give more positive effect if the social media companies aggressively censor misinformation, fake news, and hate speech? Like my Prime Minister said, we should do this. Why? First, because we can see there are many social media companies still have misinformation, fake news, and hate speech in their platform. Why it is dangerous to keep this thing going? Because it can lead the society to wrong thing. This wrong information, hate speech, and others can demonstrate that mindset about the news that reported. Example, fake news, we often see a fake news that attacking the minority. There are many information that make the minority look really bad, make them like they are dangerous to others. If the news or information about is kept in the society, it can lead them to make a bad mindset. about this minority. The one who actually not think that this minority, the one who actually at the first not think that this minority is bad, now because they see this fake news and others, they will start to think like, oh, it may be right, the minority is really that bad. And for the one who already have this bad mindset, they will be more spreading the hate to this minority. It will be hurt the minority. They will get attacked physically and mentally. Mentally, they will be afraid of their environment. They will be afraid to socialize, and this can lead can make their mental getting worse and worse. And this can lead to worse things. They can suffer with their life and ending with suicide. Then again, it all happened just because of fake news. Their life getting risk just because a news that not even right. Then again, why it needs the social media companies the one who take action about it? As I mentioned before, social media can reach people in thank you, distance and time. So as we see the situation, many people use social media. It means if fake news spread in the social media, many people can get influenced by this fake news. So it means many people will get hurt more by this information and others. So as the social media companies who hold on the power to give limit or to take action in their platform, so it the form of the social media companies to protect this society. That's why, once again, I want to say that we are completely agree that this house believes that social media companies should aggressively censor disinformation, fake news, and hate speech. Thank you.
As my first speaker say that social media is a place that doesn't have any control where people can say what we want and not thinking twice about it. We cannot control any of the action, but we have a solution that the of the people where we just cancer of the racist comment. They have the ability to define a nation and this country. Doing this job, that's never be a related towards our opinion. You offensive in that stand. I ask for it with will give a reason why the opposition will show in this debate function. Solution and of course the abusing of power and we provide strong problem potential and giving us the benefit to every side and actors as a whole. Thank you.
To replace speaker for the first opposition team, Maestro. We will give you 3 minutes for now. Replace speaker. Done. Oh, sorry. Opposition.
Now I'm so slightly on points and I think that the one thing I feel to determine emotion and sense of doing this. They are creating gross misunderstanding and strengthening our forms of arguments. You could the government also has only repeated as given by the fact that the first and second speaker has mentioned the Mexican and the Islamic arguments again and again and again. This kind of filling up with time and not really know what to say. Now, in turn, in contrast to that, our side of opposition has given complete arguments and complete examples of the censorship and the effect that will come if we completely censor all of these kinds of things in social media. Now I'd like to also highlight one of the the motion that is endorsed by the government, and that is to aggressively enforce rules and censorship. Now, in this case, aggressive means to violently use and abuse their power to completely make all forms of rebellion obsolete. Because if you think that there are many forms of organization that is solely based in social media. Like there are many women's movement, for example, that has a particular social media act. And if you think, what if these companies decided that these organization does not agree to our actual principle. Now they of course they can just censor them. They can just ban it, saying, oh, it's a form of hate speech, it's a form of racism, and so on and so forth. With that, I conclude. And I think that those are the facts and reasons that our side of opposition should win this debate. Thank you.
Please go, government.
Honorable judges and not debates. This where we're going to tell why our bench is one that should be taken into account when it is the motion that we're going to talk about. That is, this house believes that social media companies should aggressively censor disinformation, fake news, and hate speech. The Prime Minister has already stated that the status quo right now, that within our time frame right now, that the animosity and also the freedom of speech that actually tried to be emphasized by the opposition team is actually they didn't assess the fact that those people who are actually that they're trying to protect, that have the freedom of speech, they don't assess the fact that they could actually exploit these freedoms and attack certain minority groups, like we said before, saying that maybe Mexicans are rapists, African Americans are gang members and drug addicts, drug dealers, so Muslims as bombers. Now, where do we come in a better understanding in this debate is where we said that we will censor and also disinformation, fake news, and hate speech, where in a way where in the end of the day, even in the best case scenario, where all the hate speech and also all of the disinformation and fake news is being buried down and maybe being banned and being not disclosed to the public. At the end of the day, maybe it could with a slightly more intelligent mindset, where they won't be an adversarial, self-entitled person who's where they don't look down on anyone else, and where by the opinion where the argument that have been set by the leader of opposition, where the abuse of power that these companies can abuse their power, then of course they won't abuse this power. Where why do we say this? That of course their user base comes from a wide variety of user demographics. Of course, they won't just ban someone or just to completely just abuse their power. Of course, there's going to be a lot of backlash. That's where we, as the government, have stated that yes, maybe in the worst case scenario, yes, maybe some good information or maybe some clean information will be buried. But in the end of the day, the concrete proof is there that there are certain correct information that will stay afloat in the end of the day. And the opposition failed to access this notion where this aggressively censor this disinformation, fake news, and hate speech that we'll try to emphasize and to elaborate on this debate session right now. That's why we think that our bench is the one that should be taken into account when it's actually to assess this motion. And we proudly propose this motion to be set to so. Thank you.
Please give a round of applause. Go back to you. Come back to your seat. Thank you. Okay, the next session called SMA 8 Pekanbaru, Team 1 is opposition, and then SMA 1 Bangkok, Team 5 is government team. And then the motion is, this house believes that mothers should stay home and look after their children. Okay, please start from now. For the government team, we will give you 5 minutes for our thing. Okay, let's start from now.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to say thanks to the moderator for the opportunity given, the honorable judges and the opposition side that I honor. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Before we get our motion this afternoon, allow us from the legal class SMA Negeri 1 Bangko from Team 5 to introduce ourselves. I'm Diva Arda as the Prime Minister, and my left side is Anika as the Deputy Prime Minister, and there is Daud as Government Whip. Before delivering my IG, let me give definition and background from our motion today. The background of this motion is the age of many mother as career woman and does not fully set birth children. So there is an inner factor that will affect the child's future. So we from Protein we do agree with this motion. The background to the emergence of this motion is that nowadays many mothers are career women and do not fully take care of their children. Women should stay at home and take care of the children since million years generation women have been taking and looking after the children, which brings the result where society accepts and allow the fact where woman is taking care after the children in general. So here, what I want to say, what I wish to express is the society effect of the topic. I strongly believe that men go out from work and women stay at house and look after the children makes society runs better. And from background, we found a point. We found some point. The first point is the child's school or first education is the parent, especially the mother. When the mother is at home and takes care of the child will get the first education and deeper social education. The mind of the child and the mother will unite if they are together. Once more, we said we do agree with our motion today. Just like we told last time, women should stay at home and take care of the children since million years. Generation women have been taking and looking after after the children, which bring the reason where society attack and allow the fact where woman is taking care after the children is general. So here, what I want to say, what is wish to express is the society effect. What I wish to express is the society effect of the topic. I strongly believe that men go too old for work and women stay at house and look after the children and make society runs better. The child school or first education is the parent, especially the mother. When the mother is at home and take care of the child will get the first education and deeper social education. The mind of the child and the mothers will unite if they are together. I think enough. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, panels. I am the first speaker of the opposition team. My name is Kijana Dijiun. My second speaker, Budi Farahmadia, and my third speaker, Raditya Ramadan. As an opposition side, we disagree with this motion. Our motion is that this house believes that mothers should stay at home and look after their children, ladies and gentlemen. Mothers are women that have big dreams, big hopes, and they have these powerful dreams inside their head and they want to do whatever they want. I think if we stick with the government team, we only gonna be taking their freedoms of working. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we define our motion as that where these mothers will stay home and only to take care of their children, right? And I disagree with this. Our status quo. Politically, we are progressing right now, right? Many businesswomen out there, they live in a very healthy family, and I think that their children actually live a better life. Why? Okay. First of all, these mothers, they should be able to work due to financial issues, right? In families where the income is not sufficient enough to support their families. That's why these mothers, they tend to be working, right? And mothers should be allowed to also provide income so that they can afford their needs. Because not every family here in Indonesia, especially, they have a very well income. And that is why these mothers tends to, help the fathers to get this income, right? And according to research published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, among married couple families with children, 90%, 0.3% of them had at least one employed parents in 2022, and 50% had both parents employed. The reason why both parents work include better financial footing and less financial stress. Ladies and gentlemen. More money turns out to higher quality daycare, early education, private schooling, better health care, and more frequent vacations. And I think this is why you should come to our side of the house. Now, this is a progressive aspect. Many mothers have been working a lot, and I think making these parents, making the mothers have freedom of working is efficiently are beneficial to us. How is this beneficial? We have the prime minister told you that mothers, women should stay home. Far from our generation, more mothers tends to keep staying at home and teach their children, right? But education are something that exists in this world, right? We're talking about school, we're talking about daycares, we're talking about nannies and many other more. And I think making mothers to just sit at home and do nothing but to teach their children is making them not relieving the stress. Because like mother came from women that have to actually have big dreams, right? And if you're talking about how many mothers, leave their kids after pregnancy or like maternity, and this is why our rebate scheme, right? And we have maternity leave and breastfeeding leave for 6 months. That is enough for a child to be healthy, to have how babies are born, right? And I think this is why we should, you guys should be on our side. And also, education. School exists because of this. And also, working moms out there, they tend to spend 5 to 9 hours in occasional days. And I think by them leaving schools working, they still can look for their children. And I think I'm so proud to.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Etienne Rashadin, as a Deputy Prime Minister. In this occasion, I'm going to strengthen the statement of the Prime Minister. Once more, well, ladies and gentlemen, now I'm going to strengthen our statement. Once more, we say we do agree with our motion. A mother takes care of her children. Mother is a woman that birth to her children. When a housewife equals being educated. Do you honestly think that managing the house doesn't require skills and brains? No, knowledge is ever was. I would not. I would want to be raised by an uneducated mother, and especially in early age when a kid firstly in at its peak. The older the kids, the more complicated the question will be. As a doctor, I'll be forever thankful and proud to have a mother who can tell me the difference between tone lock and tone lock. On the other hand, a stay-at-home mom often says this about working mom. Working mom are pretty much hands off when it comes to rearing their children. I know a lot of women who are working moms but still take care of their children. Conversely, you all stay at home, moms stay at their children's side
You what?
24 7. Sorry. We agree with this motion because the mothers should protect her children instead of handing her over to babysitter. All we know is that children and mothers have a physical connection, and if there's too much separating, that physical connection goes away. Housewife know the development of children directly or beware of child direct development. That's because the housewife can directly monitor the children's development. The child's school or first education is the parents, especially the mother when the mother is at home and take care of the child. The child will get the first education, but academic education and deeper social education. The mind of the child and the mother will unite if they are together. I think enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to Deputy Prime Minister. Next, the Deputy Opposition Leader. Sure.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, judges, ladies and gentlemen, and the pro teams. My name is Putri Faramadia, as the second speaker of the conflict. The topic of our debate today is this house believes that woman should stay home, a mother should stay home and look after their child. We, as the conflict, strongly disagree with these motions today. Before I get to my opinions or arguments, I want to do some rebuttals from the pro statements. They say they are saying that mother have to stay home, and it's really a conservative thinking. The pro team side mindset is so conservative about saying this statement. From what we see on our status quo now is progressing, right? Of course, the mindset of the people that live in this world have to be progressing too. And the mindset that they bring is so conservative. Imagine if every people in this world thinking like that, this world not gonna be a great country and be back off from the other country of this world. Our first speakers already mentioned that mom should be able to work due to the financials, and our status quo now is there is already much mother that already working out there, but their children is still not much affections or attentions. Because even they working outside, they still have time to take care of their children at home. Okay, now we're gonna move into my points that really can change every people's mind who hear it about mothers should stay home. My first point, working mothers could be also the best role for their daughters at home. The role of a working mom has the biggest role model in front of her while she's growing. We live in our status quo that is progressing now. So not only the world is progressing, the mindset of the people has changed too. So for now, woman or mother still can be a career woman. It's not weird things anymore that women have jobs. and being a career woman also make the motivations for their children to study more because they see that mother is cool. See, the mothers of the daughter is breaks the stereotypes of the people of, in this world, inspiring her daughter to follow her dreams. Research from Harvard surveyed in 24 countries about the impact of working mothers on children, and they found that daughters of working mothers have better qualifications, higher pay, and more equal relationship. Now we're moving to my second opinion. Working moms are more fulfilled and happy. Working outside is one of much way that mother can be a healing of a housewife. So we research that working women can be more happy if they working outside. A Gallup poll states that 34% mothers at home are suffering of depression compared to 17% of working mothers. Moms who are at home often do a complex job of taking care of all of the needs of her children and husbands. If not appreciated, this is not only tedious but also emotional grueling. It can lower the morale of the mother who is full-time homemaker. At times, they don't even experience the dignity of work. And if leave dissatisfied of and resentful humans being thrived on reconnections and our happiness things on being appreciated. A working mother can express this as at her workplace and accomplishing her dreams in life and can fulfill her life. So the judges, ladies and gentlemen, and the pro teams, in conclusions, according to what we already see, we really believe and stand strongly to disagree about these motions now. Our statement is clear enough to elaborate what our arguments that strong. That's all, and I'm proud to oppose.
And next, the government bill. Commission.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Del Taufik as a government whip. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to strengthen the statement from second speaker. Being mother is an amazing task. However, it is undeniable that the work of a mother is hard, unforgiving, and no one can repay her. And I have three things housewife need to do to maintain sanity. First, more relaxed in the face of house. Remember that the mess your child makes will leave great memories. And then feeling frustrated is normal as an parent. The best thing is to accept the frustration and do something that can put your mind at ease. And for third, now you're not alone. Loneliness is a feeling that often arises in housewife, and you must know that you're not alone. Many housewives are also struggling like you. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the next opposition bid. Time is yours.
May I have a second to arrange my papers?
Okay, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, this is good afternoon, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Raditya Raffi Ramadan from SMA 8 Pekanbaru. I am from the opposition side, and we disagree with this motion. First, the opposition side has brought the point of career women don't fully take care of their children. This is false. It's not as if that these career women are at work 24 hours a day. they probably only spend 5 to 9 hours working. So the other hours can be used to look after their child. The second point brought up by the government side is that education. Now, education from parents is unmistakably good. It's a good influence for these children. But their school also exists. So when their parents are not there to teach them, these children can go to school. This is why school exists. Now, to reinforce our points, mothers should be able to work due to financial issues. Again, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, around 59% of families have both parents employed. They work so that they can provide better financial footing and also less financial stress. More money, of course, translates to higher quality daycare, early education, private schooling, better healthcare, and more frequent vacations. Again, brought by my first speakers. Second point is that working mothers could also be the best role model for their daughters. Again, this breaks the stereotype, inspiring her daughters to follow her dreams. Researchers from Harvard surveyed in 24 countries about the impact of working mothers on children, and they found that daughters of working mothers have better qualifications, higher pay, and more equal relationships. Our final point is that working moms are more fulfilled and happy. A Gallup poll states that 34% of mothers at home are suffering from depression, compared to only 17% of working mothers. Moms who are at home often do a complete job of taking care of all the needs of children and their husbands. If not appreciated, this is not only tedious but also emotionally grueling. It can also lower the morale of the mother who is a full-time homemaker. Now, ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, this is why I believe our side should win this debate. Not only do we allow mothers to pursue their careers, we also let these mothers become very good role models for their daughters to be hardworking and powerful women in the future. And that's the truth of today. As our status quo is that many mothers taking care of children also have careers. So to provide a solution to these mothers, our solution is that we should provide maternity leave to these mothers who need more time to take care of their children. And I think that is all from me, and I'm very, very proud to oppose.
For the next time, the prime speaker for the first opposition, please. Ishmael.
Ladies and gentlemen and judges, why are we winning this debate? Okay. Our arguments that still stands by now and haven't been rebutted by the government team is that mom should work due to financial issues, that mothers can be role models for their daughters, that working moms are fulfilled and happy. These mothers, they are people who have dreams and hopes. They are people who have freedom of working, ladies and gentlemen. We're making them stuck in their home with their children, doing nothing but looking after them, right? And I think this is why we're winning this debate. If you come to our side of the house, we will provide you a lot more beneficial thing, and such as looking at our status quo that is progressive right now. We're looking at how many working mom out there can still look after their children, and many will of them even have successful children, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't think that making this mother staying home and look after their children is a necessary thing. I think that making them working while their children is being at school is a thing. And this is why both education in house and school exist, ladies and gentlemen. Mothers doesn't work 24/7 in their office, ladies and gentlemen. They are working 5 to 9 hours a day, and after they went home, they will still look after their children. By making so, it means that after the children went home after school, their moms will still ask for them how school's doing, how your day doing, and I think this is why we're winning. And not only that, The government team, they think that making working moms exist, they will ruin their children's life. In what case they were saying that they don't have any elaboration on that, and I think this is why our case is more valuable, ladies and gentlemen. They think that career women don't fully take care of their children, and that is wrong. Such as what I did say to you, that working moms doesn't work 24/7, ladies and gentlemen. They work half a day and took care of their child, half of the day, the other days, right? And I think the effectiveness of these working moms will actually lead us to a better value of a family, a better income towards that family, and a better will for their children to, find a dream job of their own. By making these moms have hobbies they want to do, such as working, we're giving you much more valuable and beneficial points in our side of the house. And I think you should know that we, as the opposition team, oppose this motion towards where we want a better future for this woman out there seeking for a job, seeking for a place to they call working to better have a well income. And that's why I am so proud to read this debate. Thank you.
Thank you, sure. Well, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, so we are going to our final talk taking about this conflict that state of it after the children agree with this motion. We agree with this motion because the mother should protect her children instead of handing her over the babysitter. All we know is that children and mothers have basic connection. And if there's too much that basic connection gets weak. Housewives know that the development of children directly or be aware of the child's direct development. That's because the housewife can directly monitoring the children's impulse directly. The school or first education is the parents, especially the mothers, when the mother is at home and take care of the child. The child will get the first education, both academic education and deeper social education, the meaning of the child, and the mother will unite if they together. The child's school of first education is the parents, especially the mother, when the mother is at home and take care of the child. The child will get the first education and triple social education. The mind of the child and the mother will unite if they are together. Each of many mothers carry a woman and does not fully support children, so there is an inner factor that will affect the child's future. From Proceed, we do agree with this motion. I see enough from me. Thank you. Thank you for government and opposition team. Please give a round of applause. Okay, so we'll say
Thank you for the debate. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the topic.
Okay, for the next session, MAN 2 Pekanbaru Tim 8, sorry, Tim 8 versus SMA 1 Bangko Tim 1. This house believes that all students should study abroad. MAN 2 Pekanbaru Tim 8 as government team and SMA 1 Bangko as opposition team. Please come to stage. Opposition team, please come to stage. Okay, let's start our debate. We will give you 5 minutes to your argument. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Talita Zulekawati, and I'm here as the Prime Minister of the government side. And in today's debate, we will discuss about this house believe that students should study abroad. Before I jump to my argument, I will define the term of word. So, student is a person who is studying at school or college. Study is the act of making an effort to learn by reading, practicing, and memorizing. Abroad is go to a foreign countries. Therefore, today's debate can be interpreted as every student should make an effort to learn by go to a foreign country, which the government team clearly agree that all students should study abroad. Okay, I'm going to discuss 2 points here, and the first explanation will be explained by my second speaker. So my first point is study abroad is great. Why study abroad is great? When students study abroad, they get to know about different culture of other countries. Students can understand the difference between them and the people in country they study abroad at. The example is students can understand the differences between them and the people in the country they study abroad. Such as when we sent our students to study in America, where according to Malaysia's World Population Review, America is the country that has the best education system. Our students will start realizing our differences with that number one country and start looking for the sectors that make America be the number one country. And if they have found the sectors, they can implement or apply those sectors in our country. Now, my second point is study abroad lets students to get out of their comfort zone. Getting out of their comfort zone will encourage students to deepen their knowledge or what they want and what they are looking in life. They will learn a lot about themselves and what they want to do in life. When students already feel comfort in some places, they hesitate to change their current conditions. It feels like they always want to be in this stable comfort zone. This hesitancy can lead to some reasons that single themselves from exploring. Meanwhile, students age that count as young, it is very important to sharpen their skills. So the solution of this question is we should let all students study abroad in order to sharpen student skills that one day will be useful for our country. That's all. Thank you so much.
Okay, please, for opposition leader, Canisius. Before that, please open your mouth.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. My name is Zahra Ramadhani. We are from bilingual class Senior High School 1 Bangkok. That is actually from our beloved agency, Rokan Hilir. And I would like to say thank you to the judges and the moderator who have been giving us time to deliver our argument. But before delivering our argument, we have a special motto that will make our spirit to keep on fire. Senior High School 1 Bangkok, your spirit, be success. Thank you for your spirit. And well, ladies and gentlemen, here I am as opposition leader that we disagree with this motion that talk about all students study abroad. If you talk about the downside of studying English or even another reason abroad, then perhaps it is the time and the financial aspect. And we can take the culture of the Prime Minister mentioned it before. And I would like to object first from the Prime Minister, like the Prime Minister from government side mentioned that the study abroad will define the cultures. But
The fake one is many students from abroad that go home to Indonesia that have a culture shock, that they forget about the culture of Indonesia and bring the bad culture from the another country or abroad that brings the student will take only the negative things. Even we know it's only just optional, but we can think about that a student will take the culture shock. It's really the main thing to discuss it. And however, despite the fact that it's not easy to get away from the usual rhythm of life and environment, because of the culture, so some students who have studied to other countries consider that the time a waste of time because only take the negative main thing to the culture. And the point of the disadvantage of studying abroad is the first one is language and barriers and culture shock. Like I object first before for the Prime Minister. And the second one is your aunt and your aunt. I mean, like in your language or your style to keep in our daily life to bring with culture. I mean, like the abroad culture, and so it's really bad and make the Indonesian culture will be loose. And the third one is study abroad is expensive. We know there is a scholarship, but not everyone can take this scholarship. And so many students take this scholarship is still really too hard to take it. And the fourth one, your credits may not transfer. And yeah, thank you. I think enough and thank you.
The deputy prime minister's time is yours.
I'm standing here as the deputy leader of opposition. I will start indicating the before I'm going to my argument. I'm going to give rebuttal to the government team, to the opposition team. The government said, the opposition said that the people that going abroad will get culture shock, but in our perspective, studying abroad has nothing to do with the culture shock. Why do people get culture? With culture, she grow with culture, they grow up. And I will jump my argument. Studying, what people should study? The first, Indonesia's education quality is at the lowest level in the world. And the teacher competence in Indonesia is still at a very low level. Why is teachers not competent? They will fail to teach the students, then the students will have difficulties to study in the school subject with not competent teacher. As we know, the previous lesson in school will develop even harder in the next level. So it will end up make them at the subject.
POI.
No, thank you. The teacher competency test in 2012 to 2015 said 1.3 million of 1.6 million teachers did not even reach the minimum score of the test. This is that the teacher competence in Indonesia is still at a very low level. The next, the teacher
the students that graduate from abroad will have a better mindset than students graduate from our country. Why? Why if they have a better mindset, the student will make our country develop more as we know today. For example, our Minister of Education, Nadiem Makarim, graduate from Brown University in United States. And as we see today, today's education system developed even better because of our Minister of Education is educated well in abroad. The education system in Indonesia also to according to education observer Budi Purwayanto, Indonesia still lose education era 2.0, while we are in the era education 4.0 is used in another country. In this era, children should more educate to learn actively and find out something from other source outside of school. Well, in Indonesia, we still very depend on the teacher. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, please, opposition leader, Tommy Shields. Start from now.
Hello everyone, my name is Rehat Gaitama. I am as the Deputy Opposition Leader. From what I know, the government team is very enthusiastic. But calm down, we are more enthusiastic than that. And I'm going to give my statement for this motion. And I disagree with the statement from the government because Indonesia still have many universities who can look score and many examples of undergraduate staff students more successful country than foreigner students. And we have a point for this motion. Number one is one-stop service. GIL provides valuable and integrated service for students and their parents, including advice on visa application, university placement, and accommodation, both in Jakarta and offshore. Number two is we must save money and time. Save up your time, living costs, and tuition fees approved by beginner your study in Indonesia. Allocate the money and time for your future studies abroad or your future endeavors. I'm very afraid if the students getting the foreigner scholars to Indonesia, and I'm very scared if our cultures is gone, and I don't agree with the statement from the government because one, the teacher from Indonesia is not confident that is the question. Do you underestimate with our graduation? It's really bad from graduation. Do you underestimate with our graduation? That's all from me. Thank you.
The government answers. Start from now.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Maulana. I'm standing here as the weight of government. Ladies and gentlemen, today I'll summarize the debate and explain why our team won this debate. First of all, I'm gonna rebuttal the team argument. You say that cultural shock. I totally disagree about the prime minister that say that they bring negative culture because they learn to. Because if we go to our country, we go there for learn, not for learning about the negative thing. And you say that language too. By we using other language, we know that the international language is English. By we learning English, we can get better in the education, but so the education in Indonesia can more better. And then you say that it's expensive. It's okay if it's expensive because if we spend a lot of money to the university and we go abroad to other country, the impact of when we succeed, it will get back to us. And no, thank you. It comes back to us. And you say that still have many university in Indonesia have more success. And in our perspective, spend extra money for education is completely okay because eventually the impact is we're going to the impact is going to us. And now we're gonna summarize our team point. Student abroad is more better, so they can understand another culture, and so they will have more experience. And in Indonesia, the teacher is still at a very low level, and the competency test in 2012 to 2015. 1.3 of 1.6 million teachers did not even reach the minimum score of the test. And the education system in Indonesia is very old because of our education is still using era 2.0. No, thank you. And we are in the era education at 4.0. So that's why I think we will win this argument and still till the end of the debate. That's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, please for opposition team comes first. Okay, let's start from now. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Dika Afrinya. I'm as opposition whip. Here, I'm going to emphasize that we do disagree with this motion that we do disagree with the statement from the government side that agriculture will. They say the government side mentioned that the deputy opposition leader said that we don't say that it will have negative culture, not negative thinking or bad knowledge, but the fake one from many websites. The one of them. From Deticom, they say many students get the bad culture from other country, and they bring the bad culture from other country to Indonesia, and we don't say that negative cultures, but we say that our culture will come to Indonesia, and part by part our culture will be lost. And our credits may, and studying your subject in a foreign language can be challenging. Make sure that overseas course or exchange opportunity you are considering is taught in your preferred language. And then not all people can be easy to adapt with the new environment, so we can deny will be there is shock culture for the student, and they will and it will make our culture will be lost because they bring the from the style and language from to our country, And if we talk about the downside of studying English abroad, then perhaps it is the time and the financial aspect. However, despite the fact that it is not easy to get away from the usual rhythm of life and environment. And that's all about our statement that can block every single argument from the government side. Thank you.
Okay, for the next and to replace speaker for the first, please for opposition team. Let's start from now.
I'm as a reply speaker from the government side. Will stand.
Sorry, please. Opposition team first. Okay. Okay. Okay, time is yours.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am a opposition reply speaker, and our final talk is the student study abroad is get many disadvantage. Yeah, from the personal like language barriers and the culture shock. Yeah, of course, like we mentioned before, like the culture shock is really to get the negative from the student to bring their culture to Indonesia. And the second one is studying abroad is expensive. Yeah, you know it's the expensive one. It doesn't mean like there's not any scholarship in Indonesia, but in Indonesia still less of the scholarship knowledge. So we still take this point is this and disadvantage one. And the third one is studying abroad. Your credits may not transfer. Yeah, because it's the different country. So the transfer or the money it's really hard to give for the student. And about the studying your subject in a foreign language can be challenging. Make sure that the overseas course or exchange opportunity you're considering in talking your preferred language. And the point of this motion that we included one for like one-stop service, like the GIL provides affiliated and integrated service for students and their parents, including based on visa application. And the second one is you must save money and time because your money, living costs, and tuition fees upgrade by beginning your study in Indonesia. It's really different for the budget. And the last one, we emphasize for this motion that we disagree with all students study abroad because it's really get the disadvantage one. So we do disagree with this motion. Thank you.
Okay, please for government prime minister's time is yours.
I'm as a reply speaker from the government side will state why our proposal more relevant than the opposition team. The first, opposition team has said that study abroad is a waste of money and time. But in our perspective, that it is not costing at all because what we do is investing the money for the student future, which will really help to develop the country. We don't have to set budget for the sake of our country. The second, the opposition team has said too that we will losing our culture if the students who are studying abroad come back to Indonesia bringing the another culture. But that's not true at all. Because ladies and gentlemen, we like it or not, for foreign culture will come to Indonesia maybe through social media. Students who are studying abroad have minimum impact to bring another culture in Indonesia. And that's why And that's why our argument is more relevant than the opposition team. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for government and opposition team. Please give a round of applause. Thank you. Please both of you come back seat. Okay, we will break 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, to information, you can get a coffee break if you need coffee break. Okay. Okay, time is up for me. For the next section, SMA 8 Pekanbaru versus MAN 2 Pekanbaru Team 1. This board of school on the stage. Okay, the motion is this house believes that digital communication is more important to humanity than face-to-face contact. In government team, SMA 8 Pekanbaru and opposition team, MAN 2 Pekanbaru. Please, for government prime minister, we will give you 4 minutes to your argument. Thank you. Start from now.
First of all, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and honorable judges. I'm the Prime Minister of the government team. My name is Kasita Ambar. Our Deputy Prime Minister is Mahayanti, and our whip is Evelyn Okapian. So our motion is this House believes that digital communication is more important to humanity than face-to-face contact. First, I will define it. What is digital communication? Digital communication is communication through electronic device between two parties. And what is face-to-face? Face-to-face means that we, as a social creature, doing communication from one to another with face-to-face in safely attack. And what is humanity? Humanity means humans being
collectively, it consists of wide range of people all around the world. We as the government believe that this statement is right. Well, according to the status quo right now, our status quo is in COVID-19 pandemic. Our point of argument to support this statement and facilitate the people all around the world is point one, convenient. It means it's simple because it offers immediate method to expression, while also generating a record of the conversation for later references. No more need to ask people to record themselves. Point two, nowadays, in-person dialogue can be challenging in terms of schedule availability and distance between parties. Point three, digital interaction are considered affection when message, tasks, and requests are conflict with clarity and appropriate. Point four, hybrid meetings expand the capacity of in-person meetings by connecting speakers with distant audience and providing a virtual link into the one-side event for ads, video chats, and WebEx. And this argument will be elaborated by my Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Decision Leader, time is yours. For speaker, please open your mask. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The topic of today's debate is, this House believes that digital communication is more important than face-to-face contact. We agree with the definition that has given by the government team. And now I will be discussing 2 points. My first point is, with face-to-face contact, we can form our words in front of the other person along with our proper feelings, emotion tone, and body language. Body language has been shown by multiple studies, not to mention that you can actually test the theory on your own, but it's still a fact, and nobody can resist that body language is the largest aspect of communication, which we can clearly see body language in face-to-face contact. Daniel Crane also said, face-to-face communication reveal more, including stuff the other person might be trying to hide from us. It makes us easier to sense what our opponents are thinking. The lack of emphasis can lead to misunderstanding, because when you're misleading even a single word or sentence, it can dramatically alter a person's understanding of what you're trying to write or what you're trying to say. And then, as humans, we thrive on social contact and the energy of being with people around us. There is always someone there to bounce ideas off, or someone to be our inspiration, or we can be the inspiration for the other people around us. Human touch or live interaction that only can be done by face-to-face contact will spark a meaningful communication. The communication that will be remembered for a longer time than the online communication. And face-to-face communication will be more effective for some extroverts. Some extroverts feel like they have to talk in front of the people they need to talk if they want to understand a topic. if they only talk like via Zoom or like only seeing them from the monitor, it will be hard for them to understand what the speakers are trying to say to them. Okay, I think that's all from me.
Okay, please, for Deputy Prime Minister, time is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Talia Resident Suara. As the Deputy Prime Minister from the government side of the House, will explain about price argumentation that will support our today's motion, which is this House belief that digital communication is more important to humanity than face-to-face contact. Before I get into my points of argumentation, I will give some rebuttals toward some argumentation that has been stated by the leader of opposition. Ladies and gentlemen, the leader of opposition stated that through face-to-face contact, we can express body language clearly. But, ladies and gentlemen, in the concept of digital communication, there is a thing called hybrid meeting that also allows people, even though they are not meeting face to face, but they can also express their body language, which I will be further elaborating in my presentation. Second of all, the leader of opposition team stated that face-to-face contact is beneficial for the extrovert. But how about the introverts, ladies and gentlemen? Introverts usually having a hard time to socialize with people through face-to-face contact. But if we consider digital communication is more important to both sides, whether it's extroverts or introvert, which is our stance is it is more beneficial to both sides. Why? Because through digital communication, there is a thing called emojis and stuff, and this could be a thing that could beneficial for the extroverts or the introvert, and both of them could freely express what they think or what they feel through internet, ladies and gentlemen. And I will continue to my points of argumentation. First of all, digital communication is a lot more convenient and practical. Why? Because it offers an immediate method of expression while also generating a record of the conversation for the latter reference, ladies and gentlemen. So we nowadays we don't have to ask people to repeat themselves for what they were saying, especially in a formal setting. Having a hand record of a meeting is very important. You can easily re-evaluate what someone said earlier or what points you didn't hear clearly. And this is the exclusivity point that our side of the house have, rather than what the opposition team has, ladies and gentlemen. And second of all, the digitalization. Also, the digital communication is inevitable. Why? Because according to our status quo right now, digital revolution keep progressing. It keeps progressing, and we cannot deny and we cannot avoid that digitalization. And it is validated by according to survey Asosiasi Penyelenggara Jasa Internet Indonesia or APJII. It shows that 63 million of Indonesian citizens are connected to the internet nowadays, ladies and gentlemen. And furthermore, 95% of them use social media. So with this a lot percentage of people who use internet, it is a valid reason of why we consider that digital communication is more important to humanity rather than face-to-face contact, ladies and gentlemen. And second of all, about the hybrid meeting, we as the government side of the house give a concept of a hybrid meeting, which is a meeting that expands the capacity of in-person meeting by connecting speakers with distant audiences and providing a virtual glimpse into the on-site event. For instance, like video chat, teleconference, and WebEx. And by that, I'm very proud to propose. Here, time is yours. Time, Mr.
I'm standing here as deputy leader of opposition. First of all, I would like to rebut some of the deputy prime minister said. She said that if you do a virtual communication, you can look again what the speaker said or repeat it again.
including with the face-to-face meeting, we can do it by asking it to repeat it again. And she also said that emoji can express emotion. It's actually not 100% true because we can lie about it or just make it we look like we are expressing that emotion. And I would like to start my argument. My first argument, virtual meeting will make a lack of human interaction, such as handshake or maybe a hug if it's a personal meeting. And I also don't like how at times when people talk at once, it will make one of the people say cut off, or your voice can be heard, and therefore it's easy to feel frustrated if you been introverted. And lack of human interaction will not create a good relationship with friends in school or work college. For example, when I just got into Manbua, we are doing virtual learning or online learning. When we are in Zoom meeting, I can feel the pressure or the feeling to with my teacher or my friends, and by that I can have a good relationship with my friend, and I can understand what are they mean or what they feel. And because of that, it's bad because we are made of friends to help us in study or make us happy or uh, or or playing game with us or make us happy. And my second argument is there could be a misunderstanding or miscommunication. Misunderstanding or miscommunication can cause company millions of dollar failures. A survey of 400 companies stated an average loss per company of $62.4 million per year due to communication blunder. This error can happen in benefits, but for this I will focus on the business. So, for the communication, it's even the smallest of way can lead to delay or bad relationship with the companies working with or make a lot of lost profit, like what earlier said. For example, we are doing a virtual meeting for doing project at work, and if there is misunderstanding or miscommunication while you're on work college setting, it could lead to misunderstanding, and it will cost a lot of time, money, and other things. And I think that's what I would say.
Okay, for government with time is yours. Yes. Okay, let's go.
Okay, so first of all, good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, and honorable judge. Thank you to the moderator that has given me the chance to speak. I'm the third speaker from the pro-government team, Evan Octaviani. In my speech, I'll explain the major class and why our side of the house is winning this debate. Also, do rebuttals of the opponent's arguments and explain the best case, worst case scenario, and why our worst case scenario is still so much better than their best case scenario. First of all, the motion of our debate is this house belief that digital communication is more important to humanity than face-to-face contact. And we, as a government team, strongly affirm this motion. First of all, I'm going to explain the main question in this debate. So the main question in this debate is what is more important to the humanity, digital or face-to-face communication? The opponent argue that using face-to-face communication can help people to express what they feel clearly. They can use body language, they can use a lot, they can just work more meaningful human interaction through face-to-face communication. But our side of the house has stated that digital communication can also provide a better way for people to express themselves, especially for introverts, that my Deputy Prime Minister has said. People can express themselves more freely in social media because social media has no limitation like human interaction. Human interaction has some limitation, such as you can only express yourself using body language, but through social media you can express yourself using a lot more things like stickers, emoji, and other things. Also, there's they say that there's lack of human interaction if we do like digital communication, but our side of the house will say that the benefits of digital communication outweigh the negative impact of digital communication. And that's why our side of the house has got expressed, because we have to explain
that digital communication is so much more beneficial than face-to-face interaction. Also, let's all do rebuttals of the opposition against arguments. So first of all, they say that even using it, even people can express themselves freely, even if they use emoticon. And this statement is not true. They can express themselves more freely, as what I have said, and my deputy prime minister has said. It helps introverted and shy people to express themselves. Also, they say that virtual meeting lack human interaction, but as we have said, that virtual meeting has many benefits that outweigh the negative impact. But of all, it's convenient, and it's also can provide a way for people from like different nations or different countries to communicate better with each other. And they say that no good relationship can be built through digital communication. They say that only face-to-face communication can help people to build good and meaningful relationships. But we disagree with this because even for digital communication, like it's a globalization era, people are getting more modern and modern each day, and technology is inevitable. So even if there's no good relationship that can be built through digital communication, through face-to-face communication, because if they argue that no good relationship can be built through digital communication, but even in face-to-face communication, there's a lot of miscommunication. So we strongly believe that the benefits of digital communication outweigh the negative impact of it. Also, I think the best case was case scenario, and prove why our worst case scenario is better than the best case scenario. The opposite in the best case scenario, the opposite in the best case scenario is the face-to-face communication will happen and people can build meaningful relationship. But our opposite in the worst case scenario is our scenario is that could be mixed communication and cybercrime in digital communication is, and for that I'm so proud to propose. Thank you.
The opposition team, please answer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Alfari Iskandar, and I'm sitting here as a whip of the opposition. And I will start my debate in 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'm going to make a conclusion or summarize about my leader and the leader points. But before that, I want to rebut some of the points of the government team that say the digital communication it makes the communication is more simple. Okay, we all know that the digital communication is make the communication is more simple because it has a strong relationship with the technology. But the motion that we discuss now is the important communication. So we totally disagree that the digital communication is more important than the face-to-face. Because of what? Because in our life, the communication is the key. Many people accepted us if our communication level is high. And there are many situations like arguing something, like arguing things when in the team and doing negotiation, and it needs the communication skill. So we totally disagree with the perspective of our opposite team. And the second point that I will rebut from the opposite for the government team is the people they can also understand the body language of if the communication is in digital. Okay, we all know in the digital we can also understand the body language, but to implementing the understanding of the body language, we have to skill to. We believe that the basic to understanding the body language in face-to-face communication, and I'm going to summarize some point of my team. The firstly is we can make a good relationship with other people, and secondly, is many situations that need the face-to-face communication. And now I want to convince you guys that the face-to-face communication is really important. Because of what? Because in our life, the communication skill is most important thing. We can be accepted by other people in the life if we have a communication skill, if we have a higher level of communication skill. And we believe that the digital communication has so many disadvantages, like scamming and hacking. Okay, that's all for me.
The next comes to replace people for opposition team, please Spanish first.
I'm sitting here, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sitting here as the replaced speaker. The government team keep repeating about how they can express more freely, how they can express their stuff more freely with digital communication, but they fail to mention what is the example of express their stuff more freely in digital communication and how to do it. Meanwhile, in our proposal, we have succeeded to prove that face-to-face contact is the best way to communicate. We also prove that with comprehensive reasoning and with all those points we have started, it's clear that we win this debate. Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here as the replaced speaker on the government side of the house. Will explain and will show you why our team in this debate is the winning team. First of all, we as the government side of the house still have argumentations that still stands and do not fully rebutted by the opposition side of the house. First of all, our argumentation that say that digital communication can also express body language through hybrid meetings. We have stated that hybrid meetings, for instance, like Google Meeting, teleconference, video chat, and WebEx is digital communication that can also express the body language through those hybrid meetings. And because of that, we as the government side of the house is mutually exclusive. Why? Because we also reach the goal that the opponent team has been set. Which is they want the goal to make people can more express their body language better. And second of all, we as the government team also have we still stand the argumentation that digital communication is much more convenient, and our stance is linear with the status quo right now, which is the pandemic of COVID-19. So in our stance, we don't only set or reach the goal that the opponent team has set, but we also adjusting with the status quo happening right now. We're adjusting with the pandemic right now, ladies and gentlemen, and because of that is our point in this debate. And second of all, we as the government team has totally down a few argumentations from the opposition side. First of all, we have to put down their argumentation that stated that face-to-face contact can express body language. And second of all, we have bring down their argumentation that stated face-to-face contact is beneficial for the extrovert. We asking what about the introverts, ladies and gentlemen? But sadly, the opponent side of the house never replied to that and they never respond to that. And because of that, I am strongly confident that our team, as the government team that supports today's motion, is the winning side of the house. And by that, I am very proud to propose.
Thank you for government and opposition team, please. Okay, please for board of school, come to sit. For next session, SMA Dharma Yuda Tim 2 versus SMA 8 Pekanbaru Tim 2. Please come to stage. The motion is the House would stop allocating budget on COVID-19 vaccination. And the government team, SMA Dharma Yuda, and opposition team, SMA 8 Pekanbaru. Sorry. Okay, please, for government team, Commissioner.
I'm going to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 is not everything. We have been hit by waves after waves of coronavirus for years now, and it's time we stop being so fearful and terrified of the virus in the first place. We proudly support the motion, and we wish to stop allocating our country's budget all towards the vaccination of coronavirus. Our definition of the motion is that we want to stop allocating budgets on COVID-19 vaccines as a whole. This means that we will redistribute the budget that we have used on these COVID vaccines and start to source it into elsewhere, into parts that need it the most, to a party that really needs this budget. And in team proposition, we want to create a world where our budget is actually being used for something that is effective to the country and actually benefits our country as a whole. Let's talk about the status quo for our debate's context first. Because of COVID-19, a lot of problems, like from an economical standpoint, have arose in the country. Many citizens were hit with cases of unemployment and distress. This is a problem that we need to take care of for the good of our country. So first, we will prove to you that we can benefit our country more with using the budget of our COVID-19 vaccines and redistributing it into somewhere else. And we will prove this fact to you using our arguments and mechanisms. I will now come into my constructive arguments. I have 2 arguments that I'm going to bring into debate. First, we believe that the budget could be used for better things. For example, we can use it for stimulating our economy, recovering it from the distress that we have suffered from COVID-19, and we can also use it for social welfare of our people. This will stimulate the economy and lead to a better future for the country as a whole. We must know that there's data showing that our country has actually had many doses of COVID vaccines to the people. First of all, the first vaccination, we have 93.10% of people who has been vaccinated in this country. For the second dose, we have 73.18% of people that has been vaccinated. That is a large number of vaccinations and a large amount of funds that has been allocated to just vaccines. What will happen to this amount now that the cases of coronavirus and vaccinations have gone for so long? To the second argument, we believe that if we continue allocating budget to COVID-19 as a whole, this will allow room for corruption. Why? Because if there's leftover funds used for that was once used for COVID-19 and is now not able to be effectively used for these vaccinations anymore, this will allow room for example, people handling the funds in the first place. They could just corrupt the funds and use it for their own good. And this will lead to cases of corruption that we will need to stop. Now, coming to our mechanism, our mechanism is very simple. We believe that allocating the budget to other parts or problems that already exist in our country in the first place will lead to a better recovery of our country as a whole. We do not want to be tied down by COVID-19 alone. We want to solve other problems that exist in the country. We believe that allocating our budget efficiently and effectively will cause us to grow more and develop as a country, and this will naturally benefit us and the society as a whole. This is why we think that at the end of the day, it's better for society as a whole if we decide to allocate this budget to other sources such as sources and problems such as social welfare and economic recovery that we have said before. Thank you very much.
Other please for opposition leader councillors. Let's start from now.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm the first speaker of the opposition. Disagree with the government side, which is allocating budgets for the COVID-19 itself. Ladies and gentlemen, our side of the house believe that there are two aspects that we need to know about this vaccination. First is providing vaccine to society, and second is to improve our vaccine itself. As for instance, for our side of the house is to improve our at least we want this budget for vaccination is not limited, but instead we want to focus on vaccination to the end to end these COVID-19 problems that occur in our status quo itself. And why? Because this COVID-19 is limiting our daily activity and could cause more major problems itself. For example, economic problem, defense problem, etc. And before I jump to my argument, I will give some results for the government team. The first is corruptions. Their side of the house believe that if we don't allocate budget for this vaccination of COVID-19 will cause a lot of corruptions. But we believe that we already have KPK that always stand by for finding corruption itself in our government side. Then they say this is recovering steadily, but instead, because we don't have enough effective vaccine, the COVID-19 in Indonesia is always rise and shrink like the data that we already have. Then I'll hold to my argument. The first is by providing all out in trying to provide better vaccine, we will need a lot of resources, which is we need a lot of budgets. So if the budget is not unlimited, the vaccine will improve faster than it usually have to be. Because of this vaccine is improving, we could give the vaccine to our citizens more easily and much more efficiently, because it is produced in our country itself and it's not just importing something from the other country. Then how about the loss? We will cover it with giving this vaccine by charging some money from the citizens itself to cover a little bit of this loss. Then how about the rest of the loss itself? We will overcome it if we after we getting the better vaccine itself, because after we improve the vaccine itself, we could export it to the other country and giving it freely to our citizens itself. And by this, our economical state in Indonesia will be improving faster and faster than we can. So because we don't need to operate anymore about this COVID-19, and this COVID-19 itself will solve more faster than it should be. So we are in our side believe that by sacrificing something in the short term, it will providing a big benefit for us in the long term. So I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Yes.
Let's start in
Yeah. Let's start my speech. We count of 3, 2, 1. Honorable panels, ladies and gentlemen, we now live in a world of post-COVID. It is year 3 of us knowing COVID-19. It's not yet. This is no longer the year where we know nothing about this virus. It's the year where we know that this COVID has a vaccine. It is the year where we understand that it's not as deadly, not as infectious, and not as much of a problem as was forecasted in the early days. I'm going to bring 1.5 for my first speaker. Firstly, why we reduce corruption on a national level. Remember the case of Bansos that happened just last year. What happened there? Corruption precisely happened because it was distributed, it was it was distributed unequally because only one person had access to the funds. It was because a small minority had access to that amount of funding where corruption is wrong. We say that when we distribute this into other sectors, there's going to be more eyes, more oversight on a national scale. Then going to my rebuttals, three things. Firstly, I don't think vaccine is the cure that opposition is giving us, right? We understand that there are vaccines, for example, flu shots. We understand that the COVID vaccine is similar to that. We can't eradicate COVID-19 internally. That is to say that this virus is going to internally mutate, it's going to live with us for years and years to come. Same way we live with the flu. And what we can do instead is that we actually understand that this is going to be something that we're going to live with for a very long time. Secondly, I don't think when the opposition say that KPK is going to be effective, that they understand precisely what they're saying. Just see the case from last year, but how there's only controversy of KPK being infiltrated and being corrupt. We think that there's controversy at the end of the day, it's detrimental to its capability. Now, going to my arguments, two things. Firstly, on a principle level, I think one has to understand that COVID vaccine, while it is useful, is not the end all be all. We understand that Indonesia, firstly, is a developing country where the priority is not people who die of COVID, but people who die on the street because of what? Because of hunger, because of poverty, because of unemployment. This is the issue of developing countries. It is not our most priority list to understand this. And secondly, we need to understand that the budget allocated to COVID recovery is already on such a large scale where we have to worry that in the next years we won't be able to pay back the debt that we used to cover all the vaccines, etc. Thirdly, I wanted to understand that when we allocate budget when we don't use this budget for COVID-19 vaccination, it doesn't necessarily mean that we abandon the people because we allocated budget to what? We allocated to hospitalization. We allocated to social safety net to helping the poor be able to recover their own back on their feet. Fourthly, I want us to understand that this doesn't necessarily mean the end. That is to say that we will no longer, for example, buy vaccines from other countries, but that doesn't necessarily stop the possibility of us developing our own vaccines, people from our own institution. This is research by the way, different from COVID-19 vaccinations that already exist. Lastly, I want us to argue that the economic recovery and other social safety nets that exist today is more prioritized, should be more prioritized under our side of the house. Why? Two reasons. Firstly, because we understand that in order for us to maintain our GDP, for example, that have fallen more than 10% since COVID, then we need to understand that we need to invest in two things. Number one, in the local businessmen who empire in our own corporation, for example, like banks and small business. And the secondly, we need to understand that the infrastructure that we're building today that has been pushed by our president aims to eliminate the source of poverty, and then it aims to increase jobs, it aims to reduce the amount of people who are going to die on the streets, hungry and sick. That is what we want to propose in government. Stop fearing COVID, live with it, and we understand that now there's another priority to be made. So proud to propose.
For the Deputy Opposition Leader, Ms. Williams, please open your remarks.
Okay, I will start my speech in 3. We as the opposition team also disagree with the argument of the government allocating the budget of COVID-19 vaccination. I will explain. What are we opposing in the budget matter here? Because in the status quo, the world is now struggling with a pandemic situation since 2020. And in the budget of this kind of situation, when you need high medical demand to keep yourself out from the infectious disease. Because all we know is this is a deadly disease that there's a lot of these cases already in many, like in Indonesia, there are 5.9 million cases with 152,000 cases. And you really think that this is not deadly enough for us? No, thank you. You really think that this is not deadly enough for the people and for the future? I will give my rebuttal. It's about corruption. Corruption is the root of all evil. 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 Corrup Corruption will be handled by the KPK, as what my leader of opposition has been stated before, and it's not just in healthcare, but in fact, it's also there is also corruption in other sections too. If you don't want us to unlimit the budget for this vaccination, you want to make the healthcare of Indonesia to slower the recovery. And the second one, if you're looking for the funds for the vaccination, you could what have been my leader of opposition stated before, we could charge fees for the people who want to get this vaccine. Also, there's also other solution, like we could charge some taxes for additional taxes for this kind of experimental or buying the vaccine. Almost look to my arguments. I will try to repeat what I will try to explain more about why we should eliminate the budgetary limit on the vaccine projects. If we want to make our own vaccine, like a vaccine Nusantara, it could be like could progress more rather than in reality the vaccine Nusantara itself is delayed because of lack of funding or budgets. What we want to set here, we want them to have like money to do researches on the vaccines made again to get the highest quality with the least side effects. I guess that's all from me. Thank you very much.
The governor will have his chair. Please. Let's start from now.
I'm going to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the topic of our debate today is whether or not we will allocate a budget for COVID-19 vaccine. Now, as the government side of the House, we agree with this motion of no longer allocating all of our country's budget towards COVID-19. First of all, I would like to clarify a couple of points that my previous speakers have brought up previously. So, the opposition side of the House has repeatedly, in their argument, stated that in Indonesia there are 5.9 million cases, and they say that they think that it's not deadly enough, and they kept on saying that these would that they kept on saying that our side of the House would not care. However, I would like to clarify that seeing as our country has already had 93% of our citizens vaccinated for the first dose, and 73% has already been vaccinated for the second dose. Now, I would like to clarify that this is already inside herd immunity, right? So by saying that we would allocate money towards the COVID-19 vaccine, it would no longer be effective because we already have something that guarantees that our citizens are safe. Now, I would like to also bring up a point that even with the vaccine, it does not guarantee that people will be safe from COVID-19, right? People can still suffer from COVID-19. People can still suffer from COVID-19 even though they have already been vaccinated, right? So I do not agree with the opposition side of the House saying that we do not care to the safety of our citizens because we do not provide vaccines. I'm also going to point out that the government side of the House, the opposition side of the House said that if people wanted to get a vaccine, that they would charge fees for people to get a vaccine. And I would like to point out that that is exactly our point. If people wanted to get a vaccine, because most people have already gotten the vaccine, they can pay for that themselves. Right? That is exactly our point. I would like to clarify that the topic of our debate today is whether or not the government would create the budget for the vaccine, right? Not individuals. Individuals are welcome to pay for the vaccine for the COVID. However, we believe that the government would not should not provide a budget for COVID-19 vaccinations anymore. I would like to say some arguments that my previous speakers have brought up previously, which are the budgets can be used for better things such as recovering economy and social welfare. We need to recover our economy because at the end of the day, the government's main goal is to make their citizens be safe and to make their citizens have a good life, right? So by doing this, we are able to make sure that all of our citizens will be safe by recovering their economy and social welfare. Right now, our country has already allocated enough of our budget to COVID-19 vaccines. So by allocating more of that money towards COVID-19 vaccines, that would create an excess amount of money. Now, the opposition side of the House has previously brought up that this would not cause corruption because we already have factors and we already have people who are in charge of that. Right now, we believe that, as my previous speaker has brought up previously, we have many cases of corruption, even without the excess money. Now, with the excess money that is already brought up from these excess COVID-19 funds, we believe that the corruption will still continue because, like from the status quo, it's already happening, and it's already happening even without the excess amount of funds. So we believe that with allocating our budget to already existing sectors in our country, would solve other problems that are not only the problems of COVID-19 vaccine. It would solve problems from it would also recover our economy, and it would also help to protect our country socially. Now we believe that, and because of that, we believe that our side of the House should win this argument. Therefore, we are proud to oppose.
Okay, for opposition with yours.
We'll start my
Let's start from
Wait, can I set my timer? Like I will say we'll start in 3, 2, 1, and we'll set the timer.
It's time.
Okay. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the third speaker of the opposition team. My name is Faisal Fatima from Semangat Kanbaru, and we state against this motion. First of all, before I move on to the question that we talked the most during this debate, I would like to give some rebuttals to the government's arguments. First one, you stated that the spreading of this COVID-19 has been progressive, like most of people in Indonesia has been vaccinated. But what we believe is this COVID-19 is already mutated. We all know about it, but with the improved vaccine, we will overcome this with the better vaccine. Also, UMKM that they try to think will also slow us because of this COVID-19. But with our proposal, we will reduce this COVID-19 and our citizens will be more brave to do it. Second rebuttals. We meant to sacrifice this in the short term and want to overcome it in the long term. Because with this vaccine, we can export it. Our citizens will be more immune, that will make our business going alive again. Because of their customers is immune enough. And then, you also stated that you want this country to live with this virus. But as we stated before, we're not ready to do it yet. So we need to create the faster part of immunity. Okay, and then I would like to explain why our side of the House deserves to win this debate. We go on and on about which side of the House would give a better future about this. Even if we want our world to be progressive and don't rely on the COVID-19 circumstance, but to reach this, we have to reach herd immunity first. We believe that if we don't limit this budget, we can reach the government side of the House goals even faster and on a lower rate. We also give you a better choice to increase our own profit as Indonesian. The government side, we want you to know that we can do your goals if we cannot reach the herd immunity faster. There will be a lot of problems when your side of the House goes. That's why, honorable judges, you have to count our arguments because our arguments are solving the problem that we face right now. We're not just trying to create another problem. And then I will restate our argument. First argument, due to the importance of healthcare right now, it wouldn't be a rational or a good thing to limit the budget for this vaccination program. If we vaccinates are important from our side, we could
and limiting the budget, the local scientists, doctors, and experts, etc., to experiment with the vaccine, so they could get local ones which are more trusted and could give more profit to our country when we exported it. Now, move on to the comparison of our worst case scenario and the best case scenario. Our worst case scenario is people would pollute the money from these taxes. But if we look at the status quo, corruption still happens. So we can say that if we don't limit this budget, we will still have much money to support vaccination, rather than if we allocate these funds. The best case scenario is our government can rebuild other sectors that were left behind to the COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. But they didn't concern about the procedure to reach that. That's why our worst case scenario is more tolerable. Why our side of the house must win this debate, ladies and gentlemen? We're standing on the side of humanity. We want our people to get a better solving from our status quo, and we also give you a rational solution of the problem, which is taxes and subsidies. I think that's all from me, and I'm really proud to oppose.
Thank you, Speaker. We will give you 3 minutes. Please, for opposition team, time is yours. Let's start from now.
Ladies and gentlemen, for this debate, we believe that our side of the house is better than the government side of the house, because we already stated that by sacrificing something in the beginning will give us a big impact and a big benefit in our future. So, like my first argument just now, which is by unlimiting the budget for the improvement of this vaccine will help our economic problem in the future. So by exporting it, by giving it to our citizens rather than buying it from the other country that has developed it first, and also by this developed vaccine, it will bring our braveness from the citizens itself. That's just they say just now that the COVID-19 is mitigated, but as my third speaker already explained just now, that with this vaccine, improved vaccine, we can overcome this infection itself. So the people citizens will be immune towards this COVID-19, and we can also developing better vaccine we can with this benefit itself. And then from their side of the house stated that our by unlimiting this budget itself will cause corruptions. As just my first statement just now, we have been voted because we already have KPK and also already and this corruption already happened a long day ago, and it's still happening till now. So this KPK already always stand by to fight this corruption in our government. So and because of this, we probably to oppose.
Okay, for government team, permissions. Let's start.
Yes.
No.
Speech on 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable panel, I think the case is clear today why opposition failed to propose a case. 2 main questions that still hasn't been answered by opposition. First, how do we solve the current status quo problem? I'm not talking about COVID. I'm talking about a problem in our economy today. The fact that unemployment is on the rise, corruption is on the rise, and poverty still plagues our economy today. How do you solve that problem by simply saying, oh, we want vaccination? Secondly, when you talk about sacrificing the short term for the long term, we want to understand how long exactly you may plan on doing this. What is the long term? Is it 5 years? Is it 10 years? And the great question I want to ask is, can we afford it as a nation? Ladies and gentlemen, what we propose to you today on side proposition is not about being cruel. It is about being the government. It is about making the hard choices, and it's about understanding that there are better priorities that we must do today on side proposition. So 5 points that we got. 5 points that we found were very flawed coming from opposition. Firstly, When I talk about vaccination, how does that then solve the underlying problem of, for example, poverty? When we get vaccinated, do we somehow have education? No. Do we somehow gain training to be able to gain employment? No. Secondly, yes, there are corruption on other sectors. We acknowledge this from our wit, but we understand that the undeniable proof and the undeniable sensation and the undeniable skill is proven beyond a doubt when it comes to COVID. Thirdly, understand that COVID vaccination subsidy is only a part of the budget that we have allocated for COVID recovery. We have mentioned on our previous speech that we're going to allocate that budget into other things. What? For example, hospitalization, research, education, economy, in order to recover our economy. Fourthly, I think our opposition has failed to understand this, how big of a scale our debt is. It is to understand that if our GDP falls in a certain percentage, it will be unable for us to pay back the debt that we have, or the IMF, the World Bank, for example, to be able to afford all the vaccination, all the subsidies that we have made. And lastly, I want to understand the worst case scenario that happens on their side is that people are going to die on the street. Yes, they're going to be vaccinated, but what's the use of that when they are hungry, when they are unemployed, when they don't have any other alternative, they can't eat the vaccine? That is a very, very flawed scenario coming from opposition. Then, going to what we're good at, three things. Firstly, we gave you clear mechanism about allocating what the budget will be allocated to, as I mentioned previously. Secondly, we believe that big this, we started to normalize life under COVID. We started treating COVID not as this big boogeyman, but rather as something that's manageable and something that individuals can make their own educated decision on. And then thirdly, we believe in individual judgment, and that people living on their own lives can make their own choices, should be able to afford their own decision, not determined by the government. So proud to propose.
Okay, thank you for government oversight team. Okay, please go to your school. Come to see them. Thank you. For the next team, MAN 2 Pekanbaru Team 6 versus SMA 8 Pekanbaru Team 3. The motion is this House should stop sanctioning Russia for its invasion. Please, for both of school, come to stage. MAN 2 Pekanbaru Team 6 as government team and SMA 8 Pekanbaru as opposition team.
Can we also do 3 to 1? Can we also do 3 to 1 before?
Okay, let's start our debate. Please, for speaker, open your mouth. Thank you. So let's.
I will start my debate. 3, 2, 1. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and good morning to the honorable judges and members of the forum. Today, we as the Prime Minister will be doing 3 things in today's debate. First is to characterize the motion, to give notes and framing for our side of the table, and lastly, give 1 argument based on the justification, but also the comparative and why the impact will be more concrete from our side of the table. Firstly, to characterize this debate, I would like to define today's motion. 3 key things that we think should be defined in today's motion. Firstly is Russia. What is Russia? Russia, or how they used to be called as the USSR, is an ex-communist republic, which is now considered one of the strongest nations in the world. And then what is invasion? Invasion is an act of taking over area, in this case, country's area, and the reason behind Russia invading Ukraine, we think one of the key factors in this motion. The reason behind that is Russia started to invade Ukraine from an act of self-defense. because of how USA start to put their troops and spy in Ukraine and pursue them to join NATO, which is an organization that's again against the Russian. The Russian is afraid that because of how close the border of Ukraine and Russia, the US could easily send an espionage and stole data from the Russian, smuggle stuff between these countries in order to defend from that, and they choose to invade Ukraine. And ladies and gentlemen, we do believe this doesn't justify the acts of Russia, but when things considered, we do think this becomes understandable. And ladies and gentlemen, we despise these things so-called as invasion. But I will explain it more later on. Secondly, I will explain what is sanction. Sanction is a third penalty for disobeying law or rule, in this case, invasion. And ladies and gentlemen, the motion today is this House will stop sanctioning Russia from the invasion. And we as the government strongly agree with this motion. And why we do think, and why we strongly believe about this? To strengthen our opinion, we have to answer two questions. Why sanction is not justifiable? And second, no sanction will, and the second is no sanction will be more beneficial in today's status quo. And the status quo right now is not enough. Invasion or so-called wars are happening right now on our very eyes. Russia are invading Ukraine. And the urgency of the stoppage of this sanction is crucial and preeminent. Why of that? Why is that? Because our goal here is to create the world peace. And our way of doing to achieve those world peace is by peace, ladies and gentlemen. We can abolish this breach of human rights with something that also breaches the human rights. Why we say that? Because the sanction only hurt the civilization of Russia and even burned the fuel of anger of Russia. And why is that, ladies and gentlemen? Because the US, UK, and EU, we have put in place an unprecedented financial penalties on Russia over the invasion of Ukraine, and hundreds of international companies have pulled out of the country. The impact of this measure is just starting to fall, with the cost of basic products rising, a booming risk of job loss, and for some an increasing sense of isolation. Did you hear something regarding the sanction that hurt the government? No, it only hurt the people of Russia itself. They are suffering, and seeing those people suffering only fuel the anger of the government of the Russia. And those anger will threaten those kind of country that will be giving sanction, will lead to bigger wars, ladies and gentlemen. So the way of achieving world peace is not by also breaching the human right, but also through peace. Our model here is to make those countries meet together, meet ends. We will help the country to meet and find the solution of it. Not by sanction, ladies and gentlemen, because sanction is cruel to the people of Indonesia. And that's what we are calling for.
Let's start from now.
Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and honorable judges. My name is Francisca Fortun Halim as the leader of opposition of the country. So our motion is this House will stop sanctioning Russia for its invasion. So as the Council team, we will disagree with this motion. First of all, there are diplomatic, social sanction, and etc. But we want to focus on the economic sanction. As Joe Biden has stated, the main artery of this sanction is Russia's economy. Economic sanctions are commercial and financial penalties applied by one or more countries against a targeted self-governing state, group, or individual. Economic sanctions are not necessarily imposed because of the economic circumstances. They may also be imposed for a variety of political, military, and social issues. What are the economic sanctions that have been given to Russia according to the status quo? First, the US is banning all Russian oil and gas imports, and the UK will phase out Russian oil by the end of 2022. Second, the suspension from the Bank for International Settlements, the central bank for central banks to stop it using its service. Third, the US, EU, and UK have banned people and businesses from dealing with it. Fourth, major Russian banks excluded from the UK financial system. All Russian banks will have their assets frozen. The Russian state and major companies will not be able to raise finance or borrow money in the UK, and a limit will be placed on deposit Russians can make at UK banks. So our ideal situation is we want Russia to stop invading Ukraine by providing a better way than World War III. If World War III happened, the citizens would be in the disadvantage. The risks are their life and their well-being in the future. Poor women and children will be economically starving to death, while the rest will be suffering from disease associated with nuclear radiation, as well as many other communicable diseases due to the collapse of community hygiene. Medicines and skilled doctors will be in short supply, so also food breaks. So this is really urgent because if Russia keep continuing invading Ukraine, then Ukraine, known as a big exporter of wheat, Ukraine is known as a provider of more than half of the world food program grain supply. And if Russia invaded Ukraine, then this supply will get closed. So into my main argument, main income of Russia is the oil and gas sector. By giving this economic sanction and banning this sector, it has absolutely good impact in the domestic economy of Russia itself, because the main income of the country is being banned or limited. And at the end of the day, it will force Russian government to concern more about their domestic issues. So our goal here is that we want from Russia's government is they can focus on solving their domestic problems, so they won't invade Ukraine any longer, so we could stand on the both sides, human right at the end of the day. My argument will be further elaborated by my second speaker and will be summarized by my third speaker. That's all from me, and I'm proud to oppose. Thank you.
For Deputy Prime Minister Council. Okay, let's start. Now.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'm as the Deputy Prime Minister. First of all, I want to clear our stance. Our stance is totally agree with this motion that saying this House would stop sanctioning Russia for its invasion. So first of all, I want to rebut some of the arguments that already been brought by the leader of opposition. Do you really think the economic sanction will make the government stop? Remember, this war is between Russia government and the Ukraine government. And economic sanction will not hurt them. It will only hurt the people of Russia. The people that has nothing to do with it. People that have families to provide and their source of money will be hurt by the economic sanction, not the government. And the UK and US, like what you already said, also already give financial sanction to them. But still, until now, we can see that by the UK and US already give the financial sanction, it will, Russia will still do invasion to Ukraine. So as you can see, because of that, the sanction that you say, the financial sanction is not effective to stop the Russia from doing invasion to Ukraine, because Russia still do the invasion to Ukraine, even though the UK and US already give financial sanction. And if we give sanction, then it will be more worse in the condition, not just for Ukraine, but also for the country that gives sanction to Russia. If we give sanction, then Russia will feel intimidated because they're not feel safe. Back to the reason why Russia invasion happened is because USA start to put their troops and spy in Ukraine and start to persuade them to join NATO. So we can see that this is an act or form of self-defense. It's because Russia will intimidate that they start the invasion. So if we give sanction, then the same thing will be happen. They will give self-defense too. They will feel intimidated too, and also they will also start to attack the country that give them the sanction. As we can see, Russia has nuclear, and they also have an amazing ally, which is China, that also have nuclear. So if they attack us because of this sanction, then we'll be the one who is collapsed, we'll be the one who will win. And it also can lead to another World War III, and the war will never be stopped. So giving sanction cannot lead to the world peace. So our regulation is not by giving sanction, but we will make them meet in peace. We will lead them to solve the solution because, of course, our goal is to achieve the world peace, and by achieve that, we can also use form of a peace way. And if you say, are you not worried about the Ukraine people because you're not giving sanction? No, we are totally worried about the Ukraine people. That's not what we meant. We are totally worried about the Ukraine people. So we also will give the help fund to the Ukraine people in this situation because the one that they really need is a fund from other countries too. So we will provide them, we will help them, and we will do everything that the best that we can to stop this war. And we also give them, and we also make the social media full of the hashtags that will help the Ukraine people. So the whole world can see so the whole world can see the situation in Ukraine right now. So the whole world can give an empathy to Ukraine and also make the Russia to stop the war by giving a hashtag in social media. So I still stand.
The key positions with other countries. Okay, let's start from now.
I was not three to one. So outside of the house, I'm the second speaker of the opposition side. Really disagree with this motion because the house would actually stop the sanction because the issues because of the invention. And our goal here is clear that we want Russia to stop the invention of Ukraine, and we think that this sanction is the most effective way, and also as my first speaker has already said, it's also the best way to actually avoid the entrance of World War III. And before I get into my arguments, I'm going to pick up some of the things that they said by the government side. They said that sanctions hurt people, yes, but this is better than actually letting the World War III happen first. And the government side just said peace and empathy and then funds, but actually they didn't really give the benefits of it. If they just got impact and then empathy from other people and then funds, but the war is still here. It's just not solving the problems, right? And then the government side, the economic sanction would just hurt people. You just say that all the time. And they said also, they also said that this war is just between Ukraine and Russia, and there's no even if it's just a war between Ukraine and Russia, it's still our problem. Because we want to actually help Russia to stop the attack, the invasion. And you said that you are worried about the people, but if it's just fun and then peace and then just find a way in peace, the problem is still going, but you're still finding place or you still find a way to actually resolve the problems in peace. So actually, it's just worsening the problem because it's still going and it took a long time because peace was a long time. And I'm going to actually elaborate for my argument. So first, our main income of Russia is the oil and gas sector. When we gave this section to stop their income on oil gas, it's to affect their domestic economy. Even if they have another income, it's still not as major or as main income in their oil and gas section. So at the end of the day, it will, of course, Russia government is actually concerned about their domestic issues rather than proceeding their invasions. And then because of this, democratic economic issues, it bring another crucial issues such as the government can be trusted by the people. The government can be trusted by the people in terms of economy and prices. Good people rely on the government. The government control exports and import, so they could provide products and they can produce it and give it a better price to the people. But if the export-import activities get limited, there would be product subsidy, and people wouldn't believe or rely on the government anymore. It will cause demonstrations and stuff. This economic issue will make the companies to do mass layoff, and a lot of people will lose their job. And And from this issue, a lot of people can't buy food and their needs. It's also cause people to starve. Coming from and then because they got starved, and then they actually find other ways to actually find to provide their families. So they would just commit crimes, and the crimes rate in Russia would just increase. So this would make the government side, the Russian side would be like focus on their domestic crimes. And then also, in fact, if we like stop the import of planes to the Congo and especially from the United States, from the data provided by the IOC, this could like Russia actually stop their invasion because they don't have any equipment to actually fight in the first place. So our side of those things is the best way, and we are proud.
Thank you. Please, for government.
Can you welcome them? Start in 3, 2, 1. First of all, with the motion of stopping the sanction on Russia, the opposition side said that we can do an economic sanction to Russia. But the thing is, with that sanction, economic sanction, the economic situation in Russia will just be in a loop and will not do any harm to the government that can lead the war, but only do harm to the citizen of Russia. The innocent people in Russia could be in harm because of that. And also, with what my Prime Minister already said, the US, UK, and the Europe already pulled out. Hundreds of international companies has been pulled out from Russia. That all of the sanction that the opposition side said is only hurting the citizen and the innocent people in Russia. It does not hurt the government who can lead the war because they already have the supplies to do so and have the supplies to survive. And also, the opposition side said that the goal is to stop Russia from invading Ukraine. But the thing is, as my deputy prime minister said, this is just going to be worsen the situation. And they said that this can stop World War III from happening. But as my deputy prime minister said, Russia has an ally of China, and both of them have nuclear weaponry. This could lead to a bigger war. World War III is gonna be a nuclear warfare, and Albert Einstein once said, I don't know what's gonna happen in World War III, but what I do know is that in World War IV, the weapon is going to be with stone and sticks because of how much humanity is going to be lost in World War III, just because of the world is not stopping the sanction on Russia. The Russia is going to start a bigger war that is going to include weaponry of nuke, and it's going to be humanity downfall. It's going to be the downfall of our human life because of we know how much nuke is going to cause effect. Like in Hiroshima, it caused massive destruction to Japan. That's why I think with this sanction, economic and diplomatic sanction, is not good for for both sides. This is just going to be leading to a bigger war. With as my deputy leader, as our side, the government side said, this is just an act of self-defense, the invasion. Russia invaded Ukraine because of self-defense. The NATO, the American, the USA is pursued the Ukraine to join NATO. So the border between the Ukraine and the Russia is basically going to be a border between NATO and Russia. And the question of this debate, is it justified? No, this is not justified about the invasion, but this is justified for the sanction need to be stopped. It is justified to do so. That's all from me. Thank you.
propositions with conditions. Let's start from now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon, honorable judges. My name is Deddy Prasetyo Gunawan from Econ State. Today, the topic of our debate is this House will stop sanctioning Russia for its invasion. And we as the Econ State believe that this is not true. First rebuttal. The government second speaker said that this invasion is a problem between the Russia government and the Ukraine government. We agree that this is a problem between Russia and Ukraine government, but we cannot close our eyes about this invasion. If the invasion is still happening, it could break the world's peace. We cannot deny this fact. There are so many kids that lost their parents, lost their childhoods, and also there are so many people that lost their family and lost their home. So we cannot deny this fact. Second rebuttals. The government will say that the sanction doesn't harm the government. Elaborate, please. No thanks. My leader opposition said that by giving this economic sanction and banning the sector, it will make the country is being banned and limited. So it will hurt the government. Now the summary. Our first speaker spoke to you about main income of Russia is the oil gas sector and export. By giving the economic sanction and export, by giving this economic sanction and banning from the sector, it will absolutely impact the domestic economy of Russia itself. Because this demonstrated economic issue can bring us up to another crucial issue such as the government cannot be trusted by the people. These economic issues will make companies do mass layoff, and a lot of people will lose their jobs. Also, if people cannot afford the necessities of life, they will try to figure out any way to survive. Second argument is, if we can imitate the export-import activities, we can slowly stop the Russian invasion. It is because some of Russian equipment was exported from other countries. Our worst case about this motion is we will violate the human rights of Russian people who got impact of this economic sanction. But even if we ended with this scenario, what we want from Russia's government is they can focus on solving their domestic problem. So they won't invade Ukraine any longer. So we can stand on both sides human rights at the end of the day. Meanwhile, the risk is it will not take much more people to die due to the procedure, but they cannot guarantee that Russia will stop the invasion. So I think that our worst case is more valuable than the best case. Now the conclusion. We think that we as a constant win this debate, it is because we gave more logical arguments. Not only we gave more logical arguments, we already gave more explanation about this motion. Also, I would like to state one last time that we should stop Russia's invasion to Ukraine. I really proud to propose. Thank you.
Okay.
I really proud to propose. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll give you 3 minutes to give conclusion. Please start from opposition team. Time is yours.
So here I'm standing as the reply speaker from the opposition side. So I'm going to give some of the points that it's been lacking on the government side and what our side of the house has an advantage of. And the government side really just they want to give resolutions their acts based on peace, but they don't really elaborate on that. And they just criminalizing sanctions, but their argument doesn't really give the solution for what are their acts that based on peace. While on the other hand, our side of the house has given our clear goal, and we think that our sanction is the one that's being is to be achieved, then we already give you what could happen if these sanctions are being implemented to Russia, and it could also and then already give you the benefits that it will not the proof that it could actually slow the invention or actually strike Russia's invention on Ukraine. Because we also has give you that they got to be focused on their economic because of their decreasing of their economies and then the crime rate increase and also their supplies on imports and their supply on imports such as planes and aeroplanes and stuff and equipment that are used to invade Russia are being decreased or limited. It would cause them to actually stop the invasion. So I think outside of us you the best way to actually end it. And I think that outside of us is the beginning.
I'm as the replay speaker will tell about why we should won this debate. Because we're the one who has more elaborated and giving a good explanation. We're the one who saw the status quo right now. Our point is exclusive is we will achieve our goals by using a peace way. Because sanction has the same negative impact on human rights. Because they're both only hurt innocent people. And we're not only thinking about the Russia, about the Ukraine, but we also think about the future of the country that will give sanction to the Russia. We also think about the people in there that they will experience a World War III. So we also worried about the country that will give the sanction to the Russia. And we know that the invasion is not justified because it's against human rights and costs a lot of people's lives. What is justified is the sanction of Russia need to be stopped because this could lead to a bigger war, a nuclear one, which is going to be a massive spike on human life, plus that affect the whole entire world. And meanwhile, their team said over and over again about why giving sanctions is more effective to stop the war. But they don't really explain about how can this be effective. Economic sanction is their only argument that they keep bringing up. But our team already rebut their argument by looking at the fact, the situation that happened right now, by that the UK and US already give the financial sanction or economic sanction. So if the first instinct of the opposition to deal this problem is by giving economic sanction, congratulations, that's where you're wrong. This so-called economic sanction has already been done, and still Russia still do invention and dare I say increase their invention. That itself proves that economic sanction doesn't make the government bother. So that's all from me, and we as the government team still stands with our arguments that we are totally agree that this house will stop sanctioning Russia for its invention. Thank you.
Okay, please, for model school. That's it. Thank you so much. Okay, we will break 10 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite you to sit on the prescribed chair in this room because in few minutes, closing ceremony was not time. Thank you.
Best for your
Jalan ya. Pasino,
Godang aja sampai bau kayak
sampai di atas.
sampai dari bau.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All praises be to Allah, the beloved and Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He sent his messenger with the beauty to the being who brings the divine words to all Muslims. Namely, even being possessed God of supremacy. I bear witness that there is not God but Allah, no partners with him. I also bear witness to the Prophet and Messenger Muhammad, his family, and all his families.
The Honorable Representative of Education Department, Dr. Yusri Fasul, the Honorable Rector Universitas Pahlawan Tuan Putri Pembusai, the Professor Dr. Amir Lutfi, the Honorable of the Head of Language Center Universitas Pahlawan Tuan Pembusai, Miss Lucy Bidani Rizky MPD MICS, the Honorable participant audience, and the beloved student.
For the first agenda, reciting Holy Quran, please for Abdul Rodi Hasibun, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وإذ قال ربك للملائكة إني جاعل في الأرض خليفة قالوا أتجعل فيها من يفسد فيها ويسفك الدماء ونحن نسبح بحمدك ونقدس لك قال إني أعلم ما لا تعلمون وعلم آدم الأسماء كلها ثم عرضهم على الملائكة فقال أنبئوني بأسماء هؤلاء إن كنتم صادقين قالوا سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم قال يا آدم أنبئهم بأسمائهم فلما أنبأهم بأسمائهم قال ألم أقل لكم إني أعلم غيب السماوات والأرض وأعلم ما تبدون وما كنتم تعلمون وإذ قلنا للملائكة اسجدوا لآدم فسجدوا إلا إبليس أبى واستكبر وكان من الكافرين وقلنا يا آدم اسكن أنت وزوجك الجنة وكلا منها رغدا حيث شئتما ولا تقربا هذه الشجرة فتكونن من الظالمين صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you to the next agenda, Sini Indonesia Raya, and this audience stand up please. Next agenda, Hari Persembahan from Universitas Pahlawan Tuanku Kamsai. Thank you for dancing. University of Palawan Tuanku Tambusai. The next agenda, our speech. For the first speech, to the head of language center in University of Palawan Tuanku Tambusai, to Lucy Mudani MPD MICS, Climate Assurance.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Dr. Yusril Rasul, SPD, SPMT. The Honorable Nurse Afiza MCAP, as a Vice Rector for Student Affairs of University of Palawan Tuanku Tambusai. The Honorable all committees of English debate competition. The Honorable all teacher and contestant of English debate competition. It is such as a great pleasure for me to welcome you in this event that's held by University of Palawan Tuanku Tambusai. First of all, I would like to thank to all who have been involved in this competition, directly or indirectly, especially to the committee, the participants. Thank you for your devotion and effort. Thank you to all the honorable judges for sharing your expertise and skill for this event. Well, on behalf of the committees, I would like to state that there are several things that we can take or we can learn from this event. First, English debate competition can improve our critical thinking skills. And then improve research skill, quick thinking, emotional control, presentation skills, a broader view of the world, concluding thought. Debating also will help you to develop critical thinking that are essential in daily life. Critical thinking skill is the ability to make well thought out and reasoned arguments while also questioning the evidence behind a particular conclusion or stance. Through this event, it is hoped that our awareness is created among our pupils or students on the importance of English language. To end my speech, again, I would like to thank everybody who has devoted their efforts to ensure this event runs smoothly as it is now. We are. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Ms. Lucy. The second speech is PhD candidate as Vice Rector, University of Palawan Tuanku Tambusai, to Nurse Afiza MPhil, Climate Assurance.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa rasulillahi ajma'in. For the first time, let me say thanks to Allah. Alhamdulillah. Today, we in this room sit together with our agenda to closing ceremony, debate competition, Riau Province, University of Pahlawan Tuan Musai. And then, salawat and salam we send to our Prophet Nabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. We say, Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Honorable Mr. Yusri Rasul PhD from Riau Province, Education Officer. Alhamdulillah, Mr. Yusri already here with us. Honorable our judges today. Honorable the teacher and the lecturer and the committee, debate English competition, and also Miss Lucy Midani, proud of you. I'm here to represent our rector because today we have the other work in her house. University of Pahlawan Kota Musai is educational higher in auspicious Pahlawan Tuan Musai Foundation. Although University of Pahlawan has been exist in 2017, basically University of Pahlawan is union from two colleges in our campus. There are Stikes Pahlawan Tuan Musai and STKIP Pahlawan Tuan Musai. And Alhamdulillah, in 2017, we began to the university. And until now, we have 6 faculty in the University of Pahlawan and 21 program study with the 4,800 students and 4,429 the alumni with a very good accreditation. Ladies and gentlemen, for development our campus, we have the program to acceleration. Several our programs are the first, modernizing our laboratory. We ask all of the program study to create the good labor from the student. And the second, we open the new program study. In 2021, we opened 3 program study. The first program study for magister education, we call S2 Pendas. And the second, business digital, I think is one in Riau Province until now. And the last, biology. And then we have
communication and cooperation and make the MOU with the other university in the abroad. Alhamdulillah, until now, we have 24 MOU with the university in the abroad, namely the university from Malaysia, Filipina, Thailand, Europe, Netherlands, and Middle East. To application our cooperation with the other university in the abroad, we have the program lecturer exchange. We invite the lecturer from the abroad to teach our students in our university. And therefore, we have research program. We have joint research with the university in the abroad. Alhamdulillah, until now we have research program, joint research with my university in Malaysia. And then, alhamdulillah, we gather fund, blanket fund for our husbandry in our campus. So, to develop our campus, we ask the English Center to create and to make program how to increase English for students, especially in our campus and Riau province. So from this program, I hope will be appears the student that we able and good in English. As a vice rector, student and army, I'm very appreciative and congratulations who is the winner today. I don't know. I think that's all. Good job. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Mrs. Afiza. The last speech is representative of Education Officer to Dr. Yusril Rasul, SPD, MPD, MT, is yours.
Izin saya menyampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma shalli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Yang kami hormati Pak Profesor Dr. Amir Lutfi sebagai Rektor Universitas Komputer Pusat, beserta seluruh jajaran yang hadir pada kesempatan ini. Juga saya minta izin disampaikan kepada sivitas akademika. Mudah-mudahan apa yang dilaksanakan pada hari ini adalah sebuah kerja-kerja positif yang dipastikan memberikan nilai bagi anak-anak bangsa yang akan hidup, yang akan bekerja dan menjadi estafet ya kepemimpinan masa depan bangsa Indonesia. Ya, kami hormati panitia beserta seluruh jajaran. Ya, kami hormati seluruh anak-anak kami, siswa-siswi sebagai peserta lomba debat bahasa Inggris yang memang dilaksanakan dan pesertanya seluruh ya, SMA yang ada di Provinsi Riau sebagaimana diinformasikan kepada kami. Pertama sekali izinkan kami menyampaikan permohonan maaf Bapak Kepala Dinas Pendidikan Provinsi Riau yang saat ini berada di Yogyakarta dalam rangka melantik pengurus pelajar mahasiswa yang ada di Solo dan kemudian yang ada di Jogja sekaligus mendampingi Pak Gubernur. Dalam hal ini diamanahkan kepada kami. Maka dari itu izinkan juga sekali lagi kami menyampaikan beberapa hal pada sore hari ini, mudah-mudahan memberikan nilai dan manfaat bagaimana perkembangan dan bagaimana semestinya ya anak-anak muda kita, anak-anak bangsa Indonesia ke depan. Pak Rektor, hadirin yang kami hormati, selanjutnya izinkan juga kami menyampaikan ucapan terima kasih kepada Pak Profesor seluruh jajaran, artinya Universitas Tuan Kota Busai telah berpikir selangkah, ya barangkali universitas lain tidak terfikirkan hal ini, tapi Universitas Tuan Kota Busai sudah memikirkan dan melaksanakan sebuah kegiatan yang amat penting dan strategis ini. Kemudian juga ucapan terima kasih sekaligus kepada panitia dan anak-anak kami sebagai peserta, bahwa memang tidak mungkin ya, anak bangsa, generasi muda bangsa Indonesia akan mampu berkompetisi yang akan hidup 10, 15, 20 tahun, 30 tahun mendatang. Sementara perkembangan teknologi di era industrialisasi 4.0, katakan demikian, dan negara maju sudah berada pada level 5. Dan pada saat ini sudah kita rasakan betapa penting keberadaan bahasa Inggris. Karena memang bahasa Inggris adalah bahasa internasional. Nah, lalu pada kesempatan ini tentu kami mengucapkan rasa bangga, rasa senang hati ya, bahwa melalui Universitas Pahlawan Tuan Kota Busai yang sudah mengajar kegiatan ini tentu sekaligus akan dapat memberikan sebuah motivasi, dorongan kepada anak-anak kami bahwa memang di era ilmu dan teknologi dewasa ini bahasa Inggris adalah sesuatu yang terpenting dalam kehidupan kita. Tidak mungkin kita bisa berkompetisi dengan negara-negara lain, apalagi sekarang dengan sistem digitalisasi. Agaknya sangat tepat apa yang dilakukan oleh Universitas Pahlawan Tuan Kota Busai ya, dalam rangka memotivasi, memberikan bekal kepada anak-anak kita yang akan mengisi masa depan bangsa kita, apalagi pada Indonesia emas beberapa tahun yang akan datang. Agaknya kegiatan ini sangat penting dan sekaligus kami juga berharap kepada anak-anak kami sebagai peserta, baik yang memang sejak awal bisa hadir ya, pada hari pertama bahkan sampai pada babak penyisihan ataupun final pada hari ini. Tentu bukan berarti hanya sekedar untuk mendapatkan jawara, ya, tetapi lebih daripada itu bahwasanya kita memang harus dipacu dan kita harus memacu diri, harus membuka diri, tentu dengan berbagai inspirasi yang telah muncul, yang telah kita dengar bersama-sama sejak beberapa hari belakangan ini. Nah, dengan demikian kita berharap bahwa Indonesia secara umum dan Provinsi Riau lebih khusus ke depan akan menjadi anak-anak bangsa, betul-betul anak bangsa yang produktif, anak-anak bangsa yang betul-betul mampu menguasai ilmu dan teknologi. Ya, seperti tadi katakan ketua panitia ya, sedikit berbincang sebagai alumni UPI Bandung ya. Saya juga S1 saya di sana ya, S2 saya juga di UGM, alhamdulillah ya, PhD-nya ada di Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia. Kami hormati dan kami banggakan. Apa yang akan kita persiapkan ke depan? Nah, masa anak-anak kami cukup panjang, dan kemudian peluang itu sangatlah besar dan ada di hadapan anak-anak kami semua. Bahkan sekarang, ya, dengan perkembangan teknologi, ya memang mau tidak mau, apalagi dengan sistem digital pada saat ini, mau tidak mau. Ya, apabila kita lari, malas belajar, tidak mau belajar, pastikan kita akan tertinggal dan ditinggalkan oleh zaman itu sendiri. Nah, oleh karena itu, betapa banyak lapangan pekerjaan baru yang memang tersedia dan diminta, baik di luar negeri maupun di dalam negeri. Nah, salah satu di antaranya produk-produk yang akan mengisi lapangan kerja ataupun dunia kerja nanti, di antaranya adalah tamatan-tamatan SMK kita. Karena memang sekarang dicanangkan oleh pemerintah melalui Dirjen Vokasi, termasuklah di antaranya perguruan tinggi vokasi kita. Dan dalam hal ini salah satu politeknik negeri yang diamanahkan perpanjangan tangan pemerintah pusat dalam hal ini tepatnya adalah Politeknik Bengkalis. Nah, di sini kelihatan betul bahwa memang tidak ada lagi ruang, tidak ada lagi cara dan strategi, bahwa memang dengan terbukanya lapangan kerja baru dengan sistem digital, maka memang mau tidak mau, terpaksa ataupun tidak terpaksa, maka kita haruslah, ini salah satu di antaranya, kita harus menguasai bahasa Inggris. Nah, dengan demikian, betapa banyak pada beberapa tahun yang lalu, ya, tenaga-tenaga kesehatan kita yang dibutuhkan di Korea, katakan demikian, ya dibutuhkan juga di Jepang. Tapi memang satu sisi, karena memang bekal kita untuk itu belum cukup, maka memerlukan waktu lagi untuk itu. Nah, makanya kepada anak-anak kami pada hari ini, baik yang memperoleh predikat terbaik pada hari ini, maupun sebagai peserta sejak awal, marilah kita bangkit. Karena memang tidak ada kata lain di masa yang akan datang, bahwa bahasa Inggris adalah salah satu bahasa internasional yang mesti dikuasai. Dengan dikuasai itu nanti kita mampu menguasai teknologi. Pak Rektor, hadirin yang kami hormati, terakhir pesan-pesan kami sampaikan khusus kepada anak-anak kami. Waktu Anda masih panjang, peluang Anda masih besar, dan semuanya itu ada pada diri Anda hari ini. Bagaimana kami hari ini seperti profesor hari ini, bagaimana masa lalunya sudah bisa kita bayangkan. Hendaknya ya rektor, ya profesor pada hari ini yang sudah mendidik, melatih, membina mahasiswanya. Tentunya kami bangga apabila yang kami bina anak-anak kami jauh lebih baik daripada kami. Kami hidup pada masa sekian tahun yang lalu, ya puluhan tahun yang lalu, tapi ini adanya kami pada hari ini. Dan anak-anak kami sekarang sebagai penentu nasib ya, generasi muda bangsa, sebagai penentu nasib bangsa Indonesia di masa-masa yang akan datang. Makanya rajinlah belajar, ambillah peluang, dan kemudian bersungguh-sungguhlah untuk belajar. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, barangkali demikian pesan-pesan yang dapat kami sampaikan pada kesempatan ini. Terima kasih kepada Universitas Pahlawan Tuanku Tambusai beserta seluruh jajaran yang sudah menaja kegiatan ini dengan baik, dan kami menyambut baik dan kami merasa bangga. Ternyata memang Universitas Pahlawan Tuanku Tambusai dapat hadir di saat memang orang lengah. Ya, teman-teman yang lain mungkin lalai, tapi sekarang hadir. Dan kepada seluruh sivitas akademika dan anak-anak kami, berbanggalah bahwa telah ikut serta dan bisa sebagai peserta ya pada ajang kompetisi debat bahasa Inggris ini, tentu kita akan dapat menambah kemampuan, ya, skill, dan kemudian sekaligus akan menambah cakrawala cara pikir, cara pandang kita bahwa memang bahasa Inggris salah satu penentu masa depan kita. Terima kasih dengan mengucapkan Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Acara debat bahasa Inggris dengan tema Mastering English and Facing Industrial Revolution 4.0 for Indonesian Golden Generation secara resmi kita tutup. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Mr. Crystal. Before that, we would like to showing our University of Palawan Tuan Kampus site. So let's watch it.
Terima kasih hadirin yang saya hormati. Ini adalah kampus Universitas Palawan dari atas tadi ya. Lokasi ini di Jalan Tuan Kampusai, Bangkinang Kota. Ini penandatanganan prasasti di kediaman Bapak Profesor B.J. Habibie tahun 2017. Ketika itu hadir Bapak DPR, Bapak Abdul Ghafar Usman, dan beberapa tokoh masyarakat dari Yasoto Akim. Ini beberapa kompetisi yang digelar dan diikuti oleh mahasiswa Universitas Palawan Tuan Kampusai. Beberapa di antara peserta ini dari mahasiswa perwakilan masing-masing prodi. Saat ini kami memiliki lebih kurang 23 program studi. Ada kunjungan visiting profesor. Sebelum pandemi hampir setiap bulan ada visiting profesor dari berbagai negara. Hanya saja selama pandemi 2 tahun terakhir ini kami lakukan melalui Zoom meeting saja. Ini kegiatan praktek mahasiswa prodi S1 Gizi. Nah, yang PMCUT ini salah satunya adalah kurasi program PIPA School dari Universitas Palawan, dan telah pulang ke tanah air dan menjadi dosen kembali di Universitas Pahlawan. Ini beberapa kerjasama dengan negara-negara perguruan tinggi di Asia maupun Eropa dan Amerika. Tadi ada kerjasama juga dengan Jepang dan diskusi yang ketua panitia hari ini dosen muda Universitas Pahlawan baru pulang dari Jepang. Jadi mendapatkan 2 gelar S2 sekaligus dari UPI Bandung dan dari Universitas Hiroshima ya, Jepang. Lalu sekarang ini Ibu Wakil Rektor sedang kuliah di Malaysia untuk S3 keperawatan. Ini kerjasama dengan beberapa perguruan tinggi yang ada di dalam negeri. Ada informasi tambahan bagi kita semua bahwa mulai tahun 2022 Universitas Pahlawan hanya menerima dosen untuk grade magister lulusan luar negeri, dan untuk lulusan dalam negeri harus dokter. Ini masih ada beberapa dokumentasi untuk kegiatan di luar negeri. Di Malaysia, semester kemarin kami merealisasikan pertukaran dosen dan mahasiswa. Kebetulan untuk pertukaran dosen saya mewakili pembelajaran kuliah matematika. Dan ada mahasiswa UPSC Malaysia yang kuliah ke Universitas Pahlawan, begitu juga mahasiswa UP yang ke Malaysia. Ini masih dokumentasi yang di Taiwan, ini yang dari Malaysia. Nah, ini ada Miss Mila Kusuma, beliau dosen Kesmas, alumni Amerika. Dari Belanda ini Universitas Pahlawan baru saja mendapatkan dana founding ya untuk close house peternakan. Alhamdulillah sudah realisasi di tahun 2022. Ini masih yang di Polandia. Dan ini kerjasama yang dilakukan secara online dengan Kuwait. Ini yang teknologi mana sedang proses untuk kita lanjut kerjasama. Ini yang saya katakan tadi, University to Muslim on Malaysia. Nah, inilah negara-negara yang sudah bekerja sama dengan Universitas Pahlawan. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Saya mewakili rekan-rekan dosen dari Universitas Pahlawan mengucapkan selamat bergabung dalam komunitas Universitas Pahlawan, semoga di antara Ananda bisa bergabung dengan kami untuk kuliah di Universitas Pahlawan. Jangan malu untuk kuliah di kabupaten, sebab di luar negeri bahkan di Amerika kampus-kampus yang hebat-hebat itu katanya bukan di tengah pusat perkotaan. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Mrs. Molly to explain our video. For the next agenda, the reading of closing prayers to Muhammad Ade Imam Prayoga and his shares.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Hadirin yang berbahagia, marilah kita berdoa dalam khusyuk dan ikhlas menurut agama masing-masing. Izinkanlah saya akan memandunya secara Islam. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, tiada kata dan rasa yang pantas kami lakukan kepadamu sore ini, selain syukur kami kepadamu atas segala nikmat dan hidayah yang sudah Engkau anugerahkan kepada kami, sehingga kami bisa hadir bersama untuk mengikuti kegiatan penutupan English Debate Competition. Untuk itu ya Allah yang Maha Karim, jadikanlah acara kami ini sebagai acara yang Engkau ridhoi, yang membawa barokah, rahmat, taufik dan hidayah buat kami semua. Ya Allah ya Tuhan kami, izinkanlah kami memohon, jadikanlah kegiatan ini sebagai penyegar, pembangkit, dan penggugah semangat kami dalam meningkatkan kualitas tugas kewajiban kami dengan baik dan betul. Sebagai bukti syukur kami dan penghambaan kami kepadamu. Ya Allah yang Maha mengetahui, ilmu-Mu begitu luas dan tak terbatas. Oleh karena itu, anugerahkanlah kepada kami ilmu yang bermanfaat sebagai bekal kami dalam menjalani hidup dan kehidupan, serta berilah kami kekuatan untuk mampu mengamalkan dan menyebarluaskan kepada kami. Limpahkanlah kepada kami yang hadir pada sore hari ini kesehatan, kekuatan, kemudahan dan keikhlasan serta kecerdasan berkeadaban. Ya Allah yang Maha Pengasih, satukanlah hati kami, padukanlah langkah kami, ampunkanlah pengetahuan dan segarkan pemahaman kami, agar kami dapat mengerti hikmah yang terkandung di dalamnya. Jadikanlah kegiatan ini sebagai amal dan ibadah kami. Ya Allah yang Maha Pengampun, kami sadar ya Allah, tak sedetik pun kami bebas dari kesalahan, baik itu disengaja ataupun tidak disengaja. Tak senyempal pun di hati kami yang bebas dari kesombongan, kealpaan, kehinaan. Ampunkanlah dosa-dosa kami ya Allah. Ampunkanlah dosa-dosa kedua orang tua kami dan orang-orang yang telah berjasa dalam membentuk kami seperti sekarang ini ya Allah. Karena bila Engkau tidak mengampuni, niscaya kami akan selamanya dalam kehinaan ya Allah. Ya Allah ya Tuhan kami, akhirnya kami hanya bisa berharap bahwa Engkaulah satu-satunya yang akan mendengar setiap keluh kesah kami, dan hanya Engkaulah yang akan mengabulkan setiap permohonan kami. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina adzabannar.
Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun ala mursalin. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Pilar. Finally, we got the last session in this event, that is closing. Let's close this event by saying Alhamdulillah. As the message of ceremony, I'm so sorry for my mistake. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Let me to announce the winner and the runner-up in this English debate competition. Okay. For the third runner-up, congratulations to Mandua Pekanbaru Team 2 with the score 68. Please to come to the stage. Please to Mandua Pekanbaru Team 2 come to the backstage. The stage. For the second runner-up, congratulations to SMA dan Maida Team 1 with the score 69. Mari SMA dan Maida Team 1, please to come to stage. Okay, for the first runner-up, congratulations to SMA 8 Pekanbaru Team 1 with the score 71. Come to the stage, okay. Okay, please to Dr. Mas. Okay, please to Dr. Marzuki to come to the stage to give the prize. Okay, next.
to Dr. Masrul, sorry, to Mr. Robi to come to the stage to give the prize for the runner-up. Thank you. Okay, next. So Dr. Masrul, please to come to the stage to give the prize to our runner-up. Next, for the third winner, congratulations to SMA Negeri Pekanbaru Team 4 with the score 2. Please to SMA Negeri 8 Pekanbaru Team 4 to come to the stage. Next, for the second winner, congratulations to Mandua Pekanbaru Team 6 with the score 74. Please to Mandua Pekanbaru Team 6 to come to the stage. Okay, next. For the first winner, congratulations to SMA Dharma Yuda Team 2 with the score 84. Please to SMA Dharma Yuda Team 2 to come to the stage. Okay, please to Dr. Molly to come to the stage to give the prize with our third winner. Okay, thank you, Dr. Molly. Next, please to Nurse Apriza and Cap to come to the stage to give the prize with our second winner. Thank you to Nurse Apriza and Cap. Next, please to Dr. Yusril Rasul to come to the stage to give the prize with our first winner. Okay, thank you. Please to all the educator and the family, Nurse Apriza, is the picture together. Please come to in front of the.
Bang Ruby. Murah.
Wonder Woman.
Bang Ruby bantu lah. Tunjukkan tangannya. Tangannya.
Yang di belakang. Yang depan jangan terlalu tinggi. Nggak nampak yang belakang.
Okay, thank you for your participation today. Kami akhiri, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Maaf seluruh peserta untuk masuk kembali dan mohon untuk ke depan. Kita ada sesi foto bersama. Maaf. Mohon sekarang. Untuk seluruh peserta mohon untuk langsung